Avalon Unfiltered, bitch.
Yo, welcome and happy Monday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. That's where we basically talk about all things going on in pop culture and hot topics. So that's a show for you. Definitely stick around because we got a lot of tea to spill today, including this big news regarding Project Hail Mary, which is I guess, finally some big news for Amazon MGM. Plus, Benson Boone wrapped up a tour 2 weeks ago. Now he's talking about he about to go out on tour again. Then we have some of your favorite A-list celebrities, such as Pedro Pascal, Paul, Mark Ruffalo, and who else? John Legend, a bunch of others. I basically signed a petition to demand this ICE facility for children be shut down. I think in Texas. So we'll talk about that. Plus, Jeffrey Epstein child. We should have known this was coming. There's a TV version of a TV show in the works regarding Jeffrey Epstein. So, and I'll give you the details regarding that. Plus, we got to catch up on some news that we didn't get around to last week because a bitch was busy dealing with, working Cardi B and a bunch of other shows. Usher out here defending Diddy and getting dragged by a lot of people online, including 50 Cent. We're going to get to what 50 Cent posted on his social media. Then we got to talk about all these coons running around here going full on, well, finally admitting that they MAGA, like Nigga Cannon, Rosonda, Miss Chilli, Ice Cold, dumbass, her dumbass over there. Also Tristan Thompson, who I don't even think he's seen that baby he got with Chloe since she pushed the baby out of her cootie cat, or maybe she had a C-section. We got to talk about him going, like I guess, hanging out with JD Vance, the failed drag queen. Also, who else is out here? There's a bunch of y'all out here tap dancing for Trump, and I'm like, why y'all jumping on a sinking ship when the Titanic? We all watching it go down, and y'all jumping on board. Make that make sense. But that slave mentality. So we'll get into that. Plus, we got I mentioned Nigga Cannon. That's what I'm gonna start calling him because that's what he's trying to be. Cornball trying to embody nigga nonsense mentalities. So we gotta talk about him. Plus, we gotta talk about another Negro, Tiger Woods. Even though he don't like admitting he black, he got caught up in yet another DUI. I think it's about his fourth, and people are. I guess they're saying his friends are concerned for him because you 50 years old trying to still relinquish what's left of your youth. Child, that ship sailed about 15 years ago. So we'll get into that. Plus, FKA Twigs is reigniting, and it feels so good. So he's reigniting the legal battle with her ex Shia LaBeouf because she's saying that he tried to silence her with an NDA when he was abusing her throughout their relationship. Now, child, now we got to talk about this incident that happened at a Gunna concert, and I worked a Gunna concert, and I can tell you how ratchet it gets up in there. But ratchet was taken to a whole nother level because a man apparently took out his peen and skeeted all over some girl at the event, and she's speaking out about it. Plus, the man was arrested. So we'll get into that and a whole lot more. Chaka Khan out here reading some of y'all favorite pop stars, even though she ain't mentioned no names, saying that y'all spend a little too much time twerking and worrying about showing flesh and body parts and working so much on your body but not enough on your vocals. So we'll get into that. Plus there's a 90s actress who, because the other day we talked about Perez Hilton, and he basically did that video. It is in a separate thing on my channel about how he almost died from he was sick and all this other stuff, was in the hospital for almost a month. So there's an actor that's come out. I knew this was going to happen, basically saying that he need to get right with a lot of the people that he hurt in the past. And so we'll talk about that. Plus, we got to talk about RuPaul's Drag Race. I'm about officially done with this goddamn season after what happened the other day. But I did tell y'all in passing, I said, y'all gonna be mad with this week's episode. And the internet finally reacted to Friday's episode. So we'll talk about that situation, the elimination of Jane Don't. And we're going to talk about Calpurnia Adams, who said she was blindsided by her boyfriend's brutal unaliving that was mentioned in last week's episode of Drag Race. So we didn't get around to that. So we'll talk about last week and this week. So we got that and a whole lot more. So before we get to those topics, that long ass intro, now that we gotten through that, if you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. Definitely helps with the algorithm, pushes the channel out to a lot more eyes, and people who are not new to the channel can come in and So yeah, and hit that notification so that way when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. We also have memberships. If you want to become a member, you can do that. If you want to send super chats, you can do that to show your support for the channel. But if we out here struggling with the finances, which I know we are, especially with this crazy ass administration ripping everybody off, and we all out here struggling trying to keep our coin totters flowing in on the weekly basis. Well, for me, I get paid every week, and then every month through YouTube. Um, it won't cost you a thing like Jennifer Lopez's Love if y'all hit that like button because it helps with the channel. So without further ado, let me hit. Oh, I got to put the comment thingy in. Wait, what's WGIA? You gonna have to tell me that. Um, Sex Essential. Well, we could talk about it. Um, I was underwhelmed with the album, which I kind of knew I was going to be based off of the singles that I was hearing. A lot of the songs sound like rehashes of shit well, demos that she had worked on 10 years ago, but now that she puts the baby out and all other stuff, she pretty much put some songs together. Now there are some songs on the album that I will say that I like, so I'm not going windmill on her too much. Well, look, hold on, because I got to pull it up because I can't remember a lot of titles right now. One of my favorite songs, I like Into the Sun. I was like, okay, that's giving signature Robin, very Roy. It had like a Royksop vibe, even though we know she's worked with them in the past. So I like that song. Sex Essential is cute because it's like her rapping and whatever. And we know that Robin loves R&B, hip hop. Like she's one of those. She was always one of those type of girls. So it was going into that. They like Sucker for Love. That was like her coming out of her comfort zone. But for the most part, the album's all right. And then I was calling BS on that whole fact. Oh, I only do 9 tracks or whatever because I like short albums. I have a 40-minute, what did she say, a 40-minute attention span, and some of her favorite albums were that short Michael Jackson and all this. I said, chill. That album that you mentioned about Michael Jackson, that shit came out like 40 years ago. Like, really? We comparing today's climate to 40 and that. If you would have said something like I don't like the like if you made a comment about the 2.5 minute tracks that a lot of these people out here, or a minute and a half, then I'll be like, okay. But you doing like the short album thing, I thought that was some BS because here's the thing: Slater dropped 14 and slayed the competition. She dropped 14 tracks this week. Well, she actually dropped like 6 of them prior, but when the album came out, it was a full 14. She gave us half the album with singles. Um, and it was all in the beginning of the album, which was good. So it was like once you got through all the singles that she dropped, then the rest was just like new shit. And I was like, oh, I was getting my life this weekend. Let me tell you, I've never listened to a record as much as I listened to Slater's new album. I literally was listening to it. I had it on repeat. They came out with an album. Is the other group FCUKERS? Is that pronounced fuckers? I'm like, how y'all getting away with that as a group name? I listened to the album. The album was good too, and they're from Brooklyn. So it was a lot of good records that came out this weekend. I listened to Melly Martinez. I had to turn her off. She'd be a little too artsy fartsy for me. I was like, I'm not in the mood to listen to her at this time of night because it was on my way home from I was working at NYPD charity event that we were doing at Madison Square Garden, which was put together at the last minute, but we pulled it off and we raised $500,000 for the NYPD. Shout out to all the celebrities that performed, such as Fat Joe did a set. We had 2 comedians. One of them I only remember Chris Stefano. Cyndi Lauper came out and performed one song that was True Colors. I know a lot of people wanted more, but that was all she performed on this weird ass instrument that she put on her lap. I don't even know what it's called. Who else? Then it was the lead singer. I forgot his damn name. The one that was a part of Creedence Clearwater Revival. Yeah, I'm taking y'all way back. He performed. He closed out the thing. So it was a short notice thing that we kind of put together at the last minute. But now we're making it an annual thing. So I think what's going to happen is that now that we know it's annual, it'll be better prepared. And I wasn't surprised that Fat Joe came because Fat Joe practically lives at Madison Square Garden. He's literally at every Knicks game. So getting him to show up was, I don't think, a problem. And he performed all the hits. But yeah, Melody Martinez on girl. No, I need more with this music. Robin's album was okay, but like I said, y'all need to listen to the new Slater album if you haven't already. There's so many bops on that record. Um, I was like, can I even remember? Worst Girl in America. That's the name of the album. I was like, okay, finally she's admitting that because they got Dance, Beat Up Chanel's, Cannibalism, Old Technology, Crank. Okay, it was 5 songs, 5 singles. Once you get past all of that, I was liking a lot of the songs. Unknown Lovers is my shit. Old Flings. I'm actually kind of famous. And Yes God. Now let me tell you, I was like, okay, that must be a gay man in a woman's body. Because when you come out with a title of your song called Yes God, and it was definitely giving justice. If you ever heard of that type of, well, they're like an electronic dance duo. If you ever listen to like Justice, you definitely heard a lot of the influences in there. So it's a good record. But yeah, I was like, hopefully you put in the comments what WGIA is. Oh yeah, and StreamYard that I'm using got a makeover, so I had to get used to what the hell was going on up in here because I'm like, wait a minute, y'all went and changed stuff. Um, I kind of knew that Tiger Woods was a Trumper. The way that he's taught, the way that he said things, even Trump has come out and said that he and Tiger have been good friends. He's dating a Trump who's like, I don't even know who that girl is, but she's part of the Trump family. So, and look, ever since he came out, I'm Kabul Asian, and he always running around with them white girls who have done him dirty every damn time. But these coons don't never learn. Let him live, where he lives. But we're gonna get into that mess. Cleveland's in the building. Hit the like. Chris being late. Not you trying to read me again. Look, there was a reason why I was late. I was feeding my dogs, but one of them is knocked out because he got his shots earlier. First of all, I had to take the dogs to the vet. Second of all, why is taking care of animals so goddamn expensive? They bills came out to over $1,000 because I don't have insurance on them. So um I got to be out here prostituting to be able to pay all these crazy ass bills. Look, everything's getting too damn expensive. They had to get their shots. Xena apparently has an ear infection, so she's got to take like a steroid and like a pill or whatever, and like she's got to get shots like this medication put in her ear once a day for the next 14 days, and they got to go back to the doctor in 2 weeks to check up to see if. So that was my day, and then me trying to put together this show. I was ready. Then I had to run and eat something real quick because I was like, you know how long these damn shows go. I can't be up in here starving. So I had to feed them, feed me, and then I was only 5 minutes late, but I know I'm still late. Mm-hmm. As I said, it's a short record. Into the Sun is a bop. I feel the same way. Chris Sucker for Love is one too. Erotica is a long album and it's not boring. That's what I said. Like, it all depends on if you can accumulate a record. When people say, "Oh, 40 minutes, it gets boring," I'm like, for who? It's like if you got a lot of good songs and you could put an album together to tell a story, I don't think people would get bored with the record. So it don't matter if you got 9 songs or 19 songs. Now, if you go Chris Brown and put like 40 songs, I'm like, okay, that's too much. Like, I ain't got time to be sitting up in here listening to your record for like 2 hours. That's a little too much of you. I need you to get me in and get me out. But I feel like a lot of those songs that from Robin, it wasn't taking me on that journey of like, oh yeah, I want to spend 40 minutes with you. And now when it come down to it, I'm gonna be skipping through the songs to like hear my favorite ones. But at least with Slater's "Worst Girl in America," I can listen to that album from the beginning on to the end because there's no skips. And that's what I need my pop stars to give me. So if Slater does a world tour, Chris is going because I went to the last one where she was at Brooklyn Steel. I don't know if she'd be able to do arenas though, but I don't know if she's at that point yet. Like, don't do that yet. Wait till like your fourth or your fifth album. I was more excited for Robin, but spent the whole weekend listening to Slater. Yes, God and Gas Station are probably my favorite songs released this year so far. Not to go Glen Coco. um, yeah, Yes, God, bitch. I had that song on repeat. I was like, oh look at them making rock like punk electronic rock music for the gays. Somebody finally did it. Now I need my gays to step up and make that kind of music. Like you said, the one thing about Sex Essential is that it's a paint by the numbers Robin album. It's good. It's classic Robin, but she's done far better before. I still like it though. Just wish it was more. Yeah. So here's the thing. So far, I've been disappointed. I did not like Honey. I thought Honey was a little too slow. I need a little more from her. I need a little more a little more excitement. I felt like We haven't gotten a good Robin album since Body Talk. Body Talk was giving me my life, all three stages of it when they combined it together. It was like, it was just like quintessential synthy electro pop fabulousness. And I'm not saying you need to kind of reheat your nachos all the time, but if you're going to do like this lovey-dovey dance music, which you try to do with Honey, at least not put me to sleep listening to the shit. And then with this record, it just felt like I said before, these were some 15-year-old demos that you had sitting in Sweden, but life happened. You were trying to be a mother. You were going through your relationship shit, and it just felt like you weren't giving me what I needed in regards of like how will we evolve from all of this. So even though I know like the tour will probably be better than what we got with this record, um, I'm not that upset about it because I already know when she hits the stage and she goes live, Robin will give you a good show. She's gonna play the classics. She's gonna play a couple of songs from this album and all that stuff. She's not just gonna bore y'all to death and be like she ain't gonna pull a Madonna and be like, oh, I'm just gonna play all the songs from the new album and give y'all like 5 classic hits and then we out and y'all just gonna eat it up. The difference is Madonna, well, her excuse, how she gets away with it is she gives you performance art to go with. I'm like, why are we having to sit through this song? I don't even like this song off the record. But she put a performance to the song. I'm like, oh, I like the song. I don't like the song, but it's kind of making me like the song now because of the performance that goes with it. So it's the trickery of that. It definitely wasn't worth the 8 years. It damn sure wasn't. He said, "Show your dogs. We ain't seen them. Yes, that's type. Yes, what type? And it's all right for being. I mean, is it? I was gonna say, is it a hobby when? Well, it's a hobby until you get paid. Technically, I'm getting paid by YouTube, so I don't know if it's necessarily a hobby. Um, well, I have a. I told you one of them prints looks like crypto. The other one is a Bulldog Shar mix. She's a ginormous ass dog and sheds everywhere. I had to literally change my clothes when I got home and threw them in the wash machine because hair was all over my clothes. So like you said, I hope she puts out an accept. Well, yeah, we'll see if that happens. Cause look, what the hell's that boy name that had the album Wishbone? Conan Gray about to put out an extended deluxe version of his album. So, and I just saw that because I was looking through my Apple Music, and it showed you like the albums that's coming up, and it showed that in the. I was like, oh, Conan coming out with more music and putting out a deluxe version. Let me add that to the situation because I did like that album. Yeah, step up gays, step up homosexuals. And he said, "What you think of Ray?" Oh, I didn't even listen to it yet. One of my friends was telling me that he listened to it, who's a DJ, and he first of all, the only 2 albums he was talking about he was listening to was Robin. I need to get his opinion on it. And Ray. I meant to listen to Ray, but then I got sidetracked and I listened to the Melanie Martinez album. But I need to listen to the Ray album because I like Ray. Ray is bitch. Let me tell you, Ray sings down, and I'm like, I got to listen to that record. So I have to work tomorrow, so yeah, there's no show until Wednesday. I will listen to Ray's album tomorrow, and then ask me when I come back on Wednesday. Body Talk is not for. Body Talk Part 1, 2, and 3. And I know 3 is the combination of the 2, and they add a couple more songs. But I love Robin, but this sounds like an outtake album. And no, you didn't say old demos in Sweden. I mean, isn't that where she's from? Left them old demos in Sweden. Anyway, let me hit the banner. And now that we hold on, because I just realized my other thing was open and I was like, I don't want to be hearing feedback. I don't want to hear that feedback. Well, I should have whispered it because then I would have sounded more like Janet. Okay, so now let's get into the show. I had to throw in one little read. Let's get to topic number 1. Let's talk about the box office. So it looks like Amazon MGM has finally got themselves a hit after all them series of flops that they had, with Melania and all the other ones. So Lord and Miller looks like they are Amazon MGM's Lord and Savior because Project Hail Mary has become number 1. again in the second weekend. They said with a Saturday of 22.7 million. That's 55%, a plus 55% for a 3 day of 54.5 million, a great negative 32% hold. So it fell only 32%, which I guess is pretty good. And we don't get into They Will Kill You, because I did go see it over the weekend. Unfortunately, the movie is good. Unfortunately, the movie flopped, which I kind of sensed it was going to happen, but I was just in my Delulu era and I was hoping it wouldn't, but not this bad. But anyway, let's get into the story courtesy of Variety. So, Project Hail Mary is officially Amazon MGM's highest grossing film ever. I think it even outpaid, I think it even outgrossed Creed, because Creed is an Amazon MGM movie too. Like I said, the Space Odyssey has grossed 300.8 million globally after earning another 54.1 million from 86 markets this weekend. That easily tops the 276 million worldwide gross of 2023's Creed 3, which had previously been the company's top earner. Amazon acquired MGM in 2022 for $8.5 billion. Now, Project Hail Mary stars Ryan Gosling as a high school teacher enlisted to save the world. It did particularly well this weekend in the UK with 6.3 million, China 7.7 million, Australia 3.8 million, South Korea 3.3 million, and Germany 3.4 million. Now, Phil Lord and Christopher Miller directed the movie, which is based on a novel by Andy Weir. It carries a production budget of $200 million. So it made back its production cost. Now the thing is, it's got to make back the marketing. So once it makes back the production and the marketing, I'm thinking if the budget was 200 million and the marketing, I'm sure is probably like 100 million, it's probably got to bring in, I would say, in order to make even, I would say 600, but I'm going to go with 700. So if it grows like 700 worldwide, I think that then it'll break even. Hopefully it does, because I've heard it's a good movie. And I don't think anything is out this weekend. Super Mario Brothers, I think, is out this weekend. I can't stand Chris Pratt, so you already know that that's an X for me. So I think this weekend, what I'll do is, I think I'll go see Project. Hopefully, it's still in like one of the big theaters, like Dolby or IMAX. Hopefully, it's still in IMAX. If it's still playing in IMAX this weekend, I'm gonna go get a ticket and I'm gonna go see it, because I definitely want to see this movie. Anybody trying to pay um IMAX or Dolby prices of goddamn cartoon? So I mean, unless it's um like something from Disney, I don't think they're gonna be paying that kind of money for some damn Super Mario Galaxy Legacy, whatever the fuck it's called. So anyway, back into the story. So top grossing theater for Project Hail Mary was AMC's Lincoln Square, New York City, with 135,000. And sidebar, speaking of which, shout out to Ryan Gosling, because that was the theater he actually went to surprise a lot of the fans that went to see it opening night. I was so mad because I would have loved to have gone to see it, but I was working that day. And on top of that, um that's like one of the big IMAX theaters. And on top of that, I would have loved to have gone to go see the film when it was there. And I like the fact that a lot of celebrities tend to go there. I'm glad he went to that one versus the one out in um 42nd Street. Fuck them people over there. I already told you my story with them with working over in that mess of a damn theater. But I like the fact that he went to the Lincoln. The Lincoln one, they got their own floor. They have their own theater. Like, it's huge in there. They have their own like setup. So you go upstairs to the top floor. They literally have their own floor. So that's the cool thing about that, and it's huge in there. So I'm trying to remember what was the last movie I saw there was Scream 7. We're gonna get into Scream 7 in a minute, because Scream 7 made some history as well. So so they said, yeah, it made 135,000. And I'm gonna get into the story where in a second, when he went to that theater, Ryan Gosling, and he basically said what he said about moviegoers and how to keep the theaters open and whose job it is. So we'll get into that after we get into the whole box office thing. So yeah, so the one in Lincoln Square made 135K, followed by Regal Irvine Spectrum, AMC Burbank, AMC Metreon in San Francisco, and Lincoln Square Cinema Bistro 22 in Bellevue, I think in Washington, I'm thinking. Now they said the Mountain in the West overperformed in weekend two. Top markets were LA, NYC, San Francisco, Toronto, Dallas, Fort Worth, Chicago, Washington, D.C., Seattle, Boston, and Salt Lake City. Now, Disney and Pixar's Hoppers also performed well internationally. The family film added 37 million globally to its haul. this weekend, 24.8 million of which came from foreign markets. Its worldwide gross currently sits at 297.6 million and could cross the 300 mark early next week. Pixar spent $150 million on the movie, so that movie's already a hit. And I don't even think people expected Hoppers to be a big hit, but here we are. Stranger things have happened. Now, elsewhere, Paramount's Scream 7 crossed the 200 million mark after earning a 6.3 million earning 6.3 million globally. Its worldwide earnings stand at 204 million, which is a good result considering the $45 million budget. We're freezing again. Well, we're just gonna have to deal with it until after this thing, and I'm gonna have to do the whole reboot situation. I don't know why it's been doing this because I don't have a lot of stuff open. So Scream 7 did well, which is a good result considering the budget was $45 million. It's grossed 204 million. Reminders of Him added 99.6 million to its global total, bringing its haul to 69.4 million. The Colleen Hoover adaptation is shaping up to be a modest hit, which spent 25 million on the romantic drama. The novelist also wrote Regretting You and It Ends With Us, both of which inspired hit movies. It'll probably do well on streaming when that comes out, but 69.4 million, that's pretty good for a film that cost 25. But it'll be a modest hit. First of all, I like Tyreek Richards, I like Micah Monroe. So, but I was like, I ain't going to the movie today. I'll wait till that come out on streaming and I can sit in my own house and watch that. But that wasn't enough for me to go sit in the theater. Now, unfortunately, They Will Kill You collapsed at the global box office with a paltry $9 million debut of $4 million, which came from 66 foreign markets. The film stars Zazie Beetz as a housekeeper hired to clean a high-rise apartment with a history of mysterious disappearances. Now, Patricia Arquette, Heather Graham, Tom Felton, and Mahalia, so we got a girl up in here with one name like she Madonna, Mahalia, co-star in the film, which is directed and co-written by Kirill Sokolov. Nocturna Pictures, the genre label backed by David Ellison Skydance and It filmmakers Andy and Barbara Muschietti, co-financed the picture for $20 million. Now, the movie had a no PLF, that means premium large format, and played lightly in East, South, and West with the Burbank, California AMC, the Pix top grossing venue with around 15K. Diversity demos were 42% Caucasian, 25% Black, 21% Latino, and 7% Asian American. The 25-34 bunch were the biggest for the film with a 36% turnout. Ellison has a deal in place to buy Warner Brothers and merger with Paramount, which he bought last year. For Warner execs, it helps that their potential new boss is partially responsible. Oh, this is shade. For their latest flop. Plus, They Will Kill You isn't the only recent horror film to struggle to draw crowds. Ready or Not 2, Here I Come, cratered in its second weekend of release, earning $4 million to push the Searchlight Pictures production to a measly 16.3 million domestically. So that movie's flopping. I mean, I saw Ready or Not too. Wasn't good. I was disappointed in the film. I already gave you my overall review last week. I didn't like the dynamic between the sisters. I didn't buy into it. I just thought that they were poorly written. Like, what was the reason why y'all kind of broke up and y'all weren't sisters anymore? Then also in the first movie, if these people are rich, y'all could have did a simple background check to find out that she wasn't an only child, and she wasn't in and out of foster care or whatever the case. Like, y'all could have that would have been an easy research, but they think we stupid, and we just supposed to suspend disbelief with stuff. So, and just wasn't buying the dynamic between Catherine Newton and Samara Weaving, even though Samara did a phenomenal job. I also hated the way that they wrote Sarah Michelle Gellar's Ursula character. I think they underutilized her. And I feel like the only character that really had an arc, like a beginning, middle, and an end, like they really played it into it, was the Sean Hattie character where he played Titus, the twin brother of Sarah's Ursula character. I thought he was a fully fleshed out character. I loved Elijah Wood in the film. I thought I thought Samara Weaving did a great job, but everybody else was just like a character of stereotypes. In situations where people could have been killed, they should have been killed. It just felt like a lot of plot armor, a lot of like trying to stretch out the time frame of the film so we could get to certain point. It just felt very paint by numbers. It wasn't like the kills weren't even all that great. Now I will say they will kill you if you like Kill Bill and Ready or Not. It was like everything that Ready or Not should have been was They Will Kill You. Zazie Beetz is a bona fide action star. She needs to be used in a lot more movies. Just because this movie didn't do well doesn't necessarily mean that it sucks or it's a bad movie. There's a lot of shitty movies that end up becoming big bona fide hits. This movie, I just felt like maybe this wasn't a time for it. This would have been a better time. Maybe it would have came out later in the year, maybe in like the fall or something, September, October, not in the beginning of like March. Because the first time I saw this trailer, I was like, okay, this is like some batshit crazy bonkers type stuff. And even like with some of the sound effects and everything, it was very much Kill Bill. Even though, let's be clear, Quentin Tarantino has made an entire career paying homage. It's ripping off people like the Shaw Brothers and Enrico Morricone's, well, even though he used him in a lot of the music, but like using a lot of those spaghetti western type of vibe and the whole martial arts stuff from the Shaw Brothers back in the day. There was a lot of that in here, but there was some crazy stuff too, like the rolling eyeball. If you know, you know. um, People like there's a lot of the stuff. I don't want to give too much away in case you want to see it because there was some crazy bonkers moments, and I liked pretty much the twist in the film. Unfortunately, I don't think this movie's gonna it's gonna get a sequel or whatever. But it was a good movie. Definitely check out They Will Kill You if you can. If you can't get to the movies, just wait till the end of April. It'll be on streaming. Be able to rent it at home via Amazon Prime Video, whatever the case is. Um, That'll be the best way to go about it. Now, so that's unfortunate. But before we get up out of here, I want to get to this story from Ryan Gosling, because as I told y'all before, Ryan Gosling went to the AMC Lincoln Square to surprise a lot of the fans that were watching Project Hail Mary. So there he said the following, because I was like, let me just read his quote. So he made a surprise appearance at a New York movie theater on the opening night of the latest big screen blockbuster Project Hail Mary. Welcoming a packed audience, Gosling flipped the script on who was responsible for keeping cinemas afloat amid the rise of streaming and falling box office numbers. He said, 6 years ago, I got the manuscript. This, referring to Project Hail Mary. He said, it's the most ambitious thing I'll ever make. It seemed impossible. It was too good to not give it a shot. 6 years later, we did it. Here we are. We're all back in theaters. It's not your job to keep them open. It's our job to make things that make it worth you coming out. And he says that you're about to go to another galaxy, make an alien best friend, and save the stars. This movie is for you. Enjoy the trip. And, since then, I feel like post COVID, we haven't recovered because they said that the industry has yet to climb back to a pre-COVID peak of about 11 billion annual domestic box office gross. And I think that's what's going to have to happen at this point. I feel like we have to figure out a way, well, not us, the theaters, the studios have to figure out a way. How do we get asses back in seats? I think theaters are going to have to figure out a way. We need to make movies events for people to want to come out for. Because I also feel like because of COVID, we've gotten a little spoiled. Whereas, oh, so all I got to do is wait a month and the movie that I want to go see in the theaters will be out on like at home and I could just rent it at, because they have the thing where if you go on Prime Video, movies at home or whatever it's called, where it's like the movies that's still in theaters, you could actually watch at home. Tomorrow they already got the latest 28 years later, The Bone Collector, that's gonna be on Netflix. So it's like, what's the point? And the movie came out literally 2 months ago, and we're in April. So, well, April 1st. Well, not April 1st. It's gonna be the 31st, March 31st. So yeah, like 2 months ago, it was in the theaters. Now I can just sit in on Netflix and pop it on and watch the new 28 years later Bone Collector. If I haven't seen the other 28 years later, I can put them both on, watch it back to back. But I've seen them both in theaters. So they have to. So it's not up to the fans. Be like, oh, well, they don't want to see this, 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 and this. I just feel like now, because things are so expensive with the concessions, the tickets, people got lives, people out here trying to work in multiple jobs. So they don't have time to be sitting up here going to the movies every week. At least with me, I don't have any children, whatever. So I can go to the movies every week or whenever I can to go watch the latest thing, because I'm always spending money on myself. And I told you, because I have A-list, I could just pretty much use the A-list, $27 a month, 4 movies a week. It pays for it, and I don't have to worry about an individual ticket, including IMAX and Dolby and all that stuff. It pays for all of that. So I don't have to worry about spending all that. All I got to do is spend the money on the concessions. Or if you accumulate enough points, you can use the points to buy whatever you want in concession. But quiet as it's kept, I don't be really liking a lot of the concession food at AMC, so I don't really be eating it. I'll be sneaking in my own shit. And I know I'm not the only one. So I can say that. But yeah, so I agree with him on this. It's like, it's not up to y'all and us to get butts and seats. Y'all need to make movies that are good enough to get butts and seats. And because Project Hail Mary is based on a book that a lot of people like, I think that's another thing that's probably what it is too. It's familiar territory to a lot of people. People read the book, people liked the book, and they wanted to see if the movie matched up to what they read in the book. So I think a lot of books to movies are going to happen. If you want to try to get an original IP, you got to come up with something crazy and extraordinary to get butts and seats. I already know Drew Goddard, who wrote Project Hail Mary and The Martian, which, he's working on a script for another Matrix movie. And I know some people feel like, oh, do we need Keanu Reeves and Carrie-Anne Moss and all to come back? I mean, maybe for a cameo, but if you come up with a whole new story and it's visually stunning and it's got a great thing about it, I think you can get butts and seats without having to bring Keanu Reeves back, because he can't do all that stuff he used to do. The man is in the 60s. So he can't be doing all that stuff and you saw how slow he was moving in that last John. And I loved Keanu Reeves and I loved the John Wick franchise, but just saw how slow he was moving in that fourth one. So he ain't as agile as he used to be. So we can't rely on a lot of the nostalgia stuff. We got to rely on a new generation to tell new stories. It's only a matter of time of who can do that. But anyway, so I think I pretty much am done with this story. So I say all this to say, what did you guys think of this story? Did you see any of the movies that came out this weekend? Have you seen Project Hail Mary yet? And did you see Scream 7? That's coming out on, you could rent that at home tomorrow via digital, or buy it, because that's coming out on Amazon tomorrow to purchase at home. And have you seen, have you seen Project Hail Mary? Have you seen Scream 7? Have you seen They Will Kill You? Have you seen that Ready or Not, Here I Come, or Here I'm Not Coming, because we can't accumulate enough money to get people to come to the theater to see Ready or Not, Here I Come? So yeah, all of that. And what Ryan Gosling had to say, do you agree with what he had to say, that yeah, it's not up to, the movie goers, it's up to those of us who work in Hollywood to get the butts in seats. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. All right, y'all. So now hold on, because apparently I just got a text from Sailor from Cleveland, and said I'm freezing. So let me refresh. And hello. Hello. I'm Kelly Mantle. No, I'm joking. She always says that at the beginning of her show. Okay, so let's see what the people are saying. No, I haven't gotten to see it. I told you I saw They Will Kill You. That was the movie I went to see this weekend. I was like, oh, I gotta see that. And it was good. It was like, got right to the action right in the beginning. You saw what I sent you about Ryan accepting Deidre. Yeah, I had heard about that story. I think I saw it on when I was researching stories online. There's a bug in here. And yeah, so I saw it, and then he might do the day. And I could have sworn I responded to this whole thing about the Deidre Hall thing. I'm like, James Franco did General Hospital when he was at the height of his career. He was, I guess, he was in his artsy fartsy experimental era, and James Franco played. a stretch. His name was Franco on General. I'm like, really? Come on now. General House would be so corny with that sometimes, but it's like, or soaps in general. But yeah, he did a whole arc where I think he played I'm trying to remember. I think he played like a gangster going up against Sonny or whatever on General Hospital, and did a couple of episodes of that. So some of these A-listers, they'll go around and be like, they'll dabble in the whole thing, and I think he should do it. Why not? A lot of your favorite celebrities came from soaps. Michael B. Jordan was on the soap. Amanda Seyfried was on the soap. All my children. Sarah Michelle Gellar was on the soap. All my children. So a lot of the A-list, Josh Duhamel, but we already know what his career is, in the toilet. So, but a bunch of people came from soaps. I'm going to see They Will Kill You this week. I believe it flopped because the premise was, yeah, it was. It definitely was a same premise. Only difference was their story was they always would go around saying, "Oh, we're picking people that are down on their luck and giving them opportunities." No, y'all were going after poor people, people of color mostly, giving them, "Oh, do you need a place to stay and a job and all this other stuff? Come to this hotel." Meanwhile, the people are damn devil worshippers and sacrificing these people to the devil so that way they can maintain their immortality. So when you have all of that, kind of changes perspective. But yeah, I think that is what hurt it. It's too similar. And I think people were burned, those who went to see Ready or Not were burned by that. And they're like, oh, now we got another one. So the timing of it, I think, hurts it, even though They Will Kill You is the better movie. Thank you. Ryan Gosling could. You said face on my sit. Oh yeah, he do got them fillers. It's like him and fucking what's his name, the black one, Karamo. What's up with y'all and the fillers in the face? Ryan Gosling can still get it though, and I always say like I think Justin Timberlake is envious of Ryan because Ryan got something that he wishes he had: comedic timing as an actor. Part of why Ready or Not 2 is flopping, a lot of people believe due to Samara on strict bed rest. Actually, heard well, yeah, she's pregnant, so she can't even like go anywhere. She couldn't promote. That's why they had Sarah Michelle Gellar heavily promoting the movie. And I'm sitting there like, even throughout the movie like that, why they got her promoting it? But because she's pregnant. But I think it's because people know Sarah, familiarity. That was the demo I guess they were going for. Scream 7 comes out for rental and digital purposes tomorrow. I really like Project Hail Mary. I think Ryan might get his first Oscar. Probably will. Or, well, he might. I don't know. Because if they try to put Doom 3 up for Oscar consideration, which I have a feeling they might, Timothy Chalamet might be up for another Oscar nomination. I get Scream 7 instantly tonight with the bonus features. The Prime Video version is just the film only, no bonus features. Well, all the extra stuff will probably end up on the internet. You know how people do. But sometimes on Prime, they will put the extra bonus. Like so, it depends on the type of ones you buy. Because I bought ones where they give you bonus features in the digital purchase. Because I have a couple of those. The original Day of the Dead is getting a 4-disc special edition set with over 12 hours. I might actually get that because I own Dawn of the Dead, I own Day of the Dead. I like a lot of the George Romero classics, so I might actually purchase that. And every now and again, I'll throw on Day of the Dead. Wasn't that the one where they was in the bunker? Yeah, because Dawn of the Dead was the mall. Day of the Dead was the bunker. I like both those movies. Chad, you might actually get me to want to watch that tonight. Yesterday, I was so exhausted from working. Um, I put on the mortuary's assistant on shut. I was like, "Well, let me watch a movie." Child, let me tell you, the movie was watching me. I could not stay up because I think my body is still trying to recover from the Big East. Working all of that, like back to back to back to back, like doubles um and I'm working the busiest sections. I was worn out. So I was like, and I think it finally physically it caught up with me. Because it was like going there and City Field and the gym and like doing all that. It's like my body has constantly been on the go, and this body been like, bitch, can I get a break, please? Can I get some rest? Can you not put me through it today? And so, yeah, I need to do that. So But it might get a little lighter in April. Might, because we still got the playoffs coming up. And that's when the Knicks make it. So we got to wait for that. Speaking of which, I didn't tell y'all about the Ratchet B concert. So I actually thought when Cardi came out, because she was an hour late. First of all, the show was supposed to start at 8:30. She came out about 9:35. Put on a great show. Let me tell you, when she got up on that little merry-go-round stripper pole setup, and got up there and was competing with the girls in regards to wrapping her thighs around that pole. And I was like, okay, sis, we see how you wasn't lying when you was making them coins up in the strip club, because you definitely was competing with the girls. The one thing I will say that I didn't find, I said, ma'am, now y'all gonna sit up in here and rip off Jennifer Lopez with the whole Spanish dance breakdown situation. I'm like, this is literally from Jennifer Lopez's show that you be doing. You know, when she be having them, they be dancing in the salsa. Try to remember the song. They even went down to the song that they used. I think it was a Mark Anthony track or something or another. But anyway, I know what. Or it might have been Celia Cruz. I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, there was a rip off of that. But overall, the show was good. Fans got on my goddamn nerves though, because a lot of y'all don't listen. And I was kicking a lot of people out of the 100s because a lot of y'all were trying to sneak down from higher floors, coming down to the lower floors, thinking that nobody was going to check y'all tickets, and y'all were just going to sit up in there and rock, because I was close to where the front stage part was. It's like, head back on. Can I stay up in here? No. You don't have a ticket. If you ain't spending that expensive ass amount of money that these rest of these people came up here and spent, take your ass back upstairs. I don't care if it was Jesus Christ. If he would have came down off that cross and was trying to sneak up in a section he wouldn't even have a ticket for, take your ass back up there. I don't care who it was. I know a lot of people was going through it with that concept. I'm like, I know how to deal with my people. Shit. And, they had the girls up in there twerking. Natalie Nunn came out to, I guess, give $5,000 to one of these other girls with the red pants on. But I heard she was already a stripper, so she won the money. And then the night that I wasn't there, because I only worked one, I was like, one is enough. There was a guy that won I was like, child, now I would have loved to have tore that up. I'm talking about him, not not get on that stage, because when he started being all flexible in the twerk, I was like, okay, sir, how you doing? I seen the videos online, but yeah, so the second night was a guy that won. First night was a girl that won. I don't know if Natalie Nunn came out both nights, but I know the first night I was there, she came out. And I think also, no, the next night I believe was when Remy Ma was there. I don't think I was there when she was there. But overall, Cardi definitely, I will say, puts on a good show. She definitely has been practicing and doing what now. Can she dance? No, she still can't dance. She's still struggling. I don't know if it's that it's the cement in the ass. I don't know if that's what's slowing her down or whatever. That all that extra utility back there is it's hard to move around, but for the most part, she was doing the best she could with what she got. So I give an A for effort. Even though Chaka Khan ain't out here giving these girls the A for effort, I'm gonna give you the A for effort. Now we gonna get to that story about Chaka later on. We get to that one. Black Love is in the building. But anyway, so yeah, there's my story on Ratchet B. But that concert was ratchet as hell. Okay, so now speaking of concerts, let's talk about Benson Boone, because 2 weeks ago he wrapped his American Heart tour. Now this heifer got the unlitigated gall to get on social media and talk about, oh, hey guys, I'm going on tour again. I'm like, the fuck for? What new music you putting out that all of a sudden you need to go on another tour called the Wanted Man US Arena Tour and accumulate more money? Maybe the king of flips likes being out here, because we got the queen of flips. That's my Iman LePage over there on Drag Race. So we got the king of flips. I guess he can't stop flipping. So now he want to go and do another arena tour. So Boone announced the trek on Sunday with a video detailing how he'd bake cake and how, well, can I bake your cake? The one that's behind you. And how the whole internet considers him a one-hit wonder. The tour, which promises backflips and magic, kicks off July 7th in Pittsburgh and touches on all corners of the continental U.S., concluding September 3rd in Casper, Wyoming. Along the way, Boone has scheduled 2 nights at both Brooklyn's Barclays Center and Los Angeles Crypto.com Arena. Yeah, he got to do 2 nights at Barclays because, child, Madison Square Garden is booked. We ain't got no more space for y'all to be coming up in here doing a show. So, Um, between Rush, Fish, Bruce Springsteen, who else? Um, Harry Styles with his 30, and so many others doing multiple dates. We ain't got no space. There's no more room at the end. So you have to go on his tour page for ticket information. Supporting acts for the Wanted Band tour have not been revealed. Can't remember if he actually. I think he did have an opening act for the American Heart Tour. I can't remember who it was, but I think if I'm not mistaken, I think he did have an opening act. Now Boone finished his 50 show American Heart Tour on. I didn't even know it was that many. I thought maybe he did more than that because he been on tour for a minute. I remember I worked his American Heart Tour, and it was a good tour. He definitely is a showman. You know, all that flipping. I did like the setup of the American Heart Tour, but it's no shade. But I mean, he calls himself a one-hit wonder because of that one song. You know, that dumb song. I'm tired of hearing that. Um, but I don't feel like the songs how do I say this? I don't think the songs match the showmanship. He needs better songs to match all of this, the aesthetic. The fact that he's a cute kid. I know a lot of people say he ain't attractive. He's sexy. The boy works on the body. The mustache does make him look older. He's trying to have that whole rock star thing. He just needs better people to work with. I don't know. Who would be a good producer and some series of writers that Benson needs to get with to help him like really reach the level of greatness that we see in the potential of the performance. So this is the Virgoing, where I start to see the potential in the people versus the mess. So he needs better producers, he needs better songs, and maybe Dan Nigro. Maybe you need to get with him because you know he's able to create a lot of bops for that problematic girl with the red hair, and Olivia Rodrigo and a bunch of others. So maybe you need to work with him, or maybe you need to kind of work. I would say maybe he needs to kind of get in that whole Slater bag. Like if he can work with some of those electronic producers, oh, that'd be a good idea. Maybe Benson Boone need to work with Justice and get some of that vibe, like the rock guitars with a lot of the electronic elements, and work with a lot of that. But then, what do you need dancers? No, there's other ways you can get around to doing. I mean, look, LCD Sound System is a band that does electronic rock music and don't necessarily or Muse and things like that. They don't have choreography and all that other stuff. There's ways to get like you just need to make the songs interesting. I just don't like the music, but he's cute to look at. I like the abs he got. I wouldn't mind putting my tongue on him. And it said Boone finished his 50 show American Heart Tour on March 15th in Birmingham, England. The trek was in support of his 2025 LP American Heart, while the Wanted Man Tour takes its name from a track off that album. So he's still out here promoting the music. I mean, it's not going to take much to put a tour together. Go out with the band, come up with a new stage design because you don't want to reheat your nachos to give them the American Heart stage. You can come up with new stage design. So this is a new look. Probably take out the same damn crew that you took with you on this tour. You have the band already. Now we just need to rearrange some songs. Maybe he could throw a couple of covers in. Please no Queen, but throw a couple of covers in and call it a day. So shout out to you, Benson, and that cute little booty of yours. So now I say all this to say what do you guys think of this story? Are y'all gagging over the fact that you have all performers? I can see Lady Gaga taking like 3 weeks on being like, you know what, I'm in the mood to put out a new tour. Because word on the curb is, and this is according to one of her pages or whatever, they said that Lady Gaga secretly recorded another album for the past 6 months. She's been working on new music and has been secretly in the studio in between the tour, you know, recording new music for another album. I don't know if that's true. We'll see if we could be expecting a new Gaga album sometime this year, even though she's talking about she's trying to get married and have kids, but girl, you might have to pull a Robin and do the IVF because you just turned 40. And you out here talking about you want to have children? We already know, like y'all, you women only got a short window to push out a kid, or you know, use the eggs before they end up powdered. So hopefully you did put them and freeze them when you was in your 30s, because those would be the good ones. The 40s is like, you might be one step away from autism with one of your kids. But anyway, so I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story in regards to Benson Boone? Are y'all ready to get y'all coins together and go see Benson Boone this year? Or y'all still saving up for them Harry Styles tickets? Or maybe I'll just saying, you know what, I'm good. Harry Styles. That's what I'm putting my coins in. Benson Boone, I could just watch somebody record all the whole concert and put it on YouTube, and I just watch the bootleg version that way. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. All right, let's see what the people are saying. You get the information in Vogue interview in People magazine and the response from Rona Bennett. I sent it to you on Instagram. Oh, hold on. That's funny. I did not mean that. And then you said in Vogue, and then you said, and then I said, hold on. I did not mean to put those together, but hold on, because I might actually put that with the okay. Oh, speaking of which, shout out to Saba before I forget. Shout out to Brandy. She just got her star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Monica was there, her family was there. Ray J was not there. But shout out to Brandy for, you know, all of that. Getting her situated. Well, hold on now. I gotta go through my see. This is the problem. I don't be checking my messages. Um, what's that? Is that it? Hold on. Yeah, this is the problem. I do not be checking my messages. I need to. Um, wait, do I need to? Wait, why don't I not see you up in here? What is your name? What's your name on here? Because I know y'all be in fucking aliases and shit. Is it? I sent you on Instagram. It's a mess. Those Invoke, well, please. I mean, we've been look Invoke showing their ass, TLC showing their ass, and salt. Well, the C in TLC is showing their ass, and the S in Salt and Pepper is showing her ass. So fuck the whole tour at this point. Well, maybe I should say that when we get to that topic. A lot of people are attacking Benson and male pop stars are basically upset how people perceive Alex Warren cried foul that gays find his music boring, and that is soccer. And a lot of soccer moms like his music. Like I remember when I worked Jingle Ball, and that was not this season, the last season where he was there. The soccer moms were more excited than the little girls, and they was up in there waiting to hear that damn song that I told her I'm tired of hearing. So his music is boring. It's like you work so hard on that body, you wear those tight little outfits where we can see the outline of your dick, and we see the cute little butt, but what's the point of working on all that body when the music ain't matching? It's like ain't a, and I'm not that shallow where it's like I don't care how fine you are. If the music is not doing it for me, I will not subject my time to your music. And I do agree. I feel like a lot of these men out here, these artists are boring. And look, somebody did say that Shaka, one of my friends, I forget who it was, but when it came down to the whole thing about Shaka Khan and what she said about the bodies and the women, somebody said, it might have been Lanier, said they need to apply it to the men too, because y'all be out here doing that. Y'all spend more time on y'all body and doing tricks and stunts and all the stuff than the actual vocals. Now I will say this, Benson can sing. I heard him that he sings live, the mic be on, he hits them notes. Please don't fuck up your voice. Because I understand you're young now and you're like 23, 24, but you got to remember when you 43, 44, you cannot hit them same notes that you did. Although if you take good care of your voice, you might be able to do it. Because the lead singer from Creedence Clearwater Revival, he 80 something years old, was up there singing and hitting them notes. So if you take good care of your voice, you won't sound like Alicia Keys. Because Alicia's still out here trying to hit them notes. And it'd be an epic fail every time. You said this is on the docket. What is? Oh, yeah. Oh, not you up in here trying to read. Yes, I put Benson Boone on the docket. Do you know who's an actual one hit wonder in the 2020s? Dujo with, and then I am, I do not even know that song. Well, some people need to realize it's like that's kind of like when a lot of these people was bitching about um who was it? It might have been Kim Petras. Remember when she was out here bitching about how she was being treated by her label and Shy Girl, they was trying to read her because she said, this is why a lot of y'all need to know, like, I'm paraphrasing, but there's independent artists and then there's mainstream. She said, I'd rather be independent. And look, trust and believe, Shy Girl do got some good songs. And a lot of people aren't aware of her unless you was at that Sweat tour and you saw her as the opening act for Charlie XCX and Troy Sivan. When you independent, it's like I'd rather be independent because it's like I got a small budget. All I gotta do is go up there. Y'all don't hear the music. I have let the music speak for itself, and um I get up there perform. And if I get this perform in an arena and y'all like my stuff, then you could Shazam the tracks, go stream the album, when you go home, buy some merch possibly, and become a fan that way. I'd rather do that than have to sit be like, well, I gotta go and do the whole open the act thing. And then it's like, oh, I gotta prove myself on a mainstream level. Y'all set me up for failure. I heard Zara Larson is in talks with Madison Square Garden to do one show between the residencies, and Ariana Grande is teasing her eighth album before the tour launches. Well, I think at this point she does owe the fans an eighth album because that last one was a chop for me. But yeah, and at this point she's been going too long, so I definitely feel like in order to get people excited for this upcoming tour, she's definitely going to drop some new music. It makes sense that she would do that. As far as Zara Larson doing Madison Square Garden, I could definitely see that. She's grown a huge she's grown a huge fan base in the past year or so. So um I'm looking for I would actually hope that she does it. I told her next month I think I'm only doing three concerts in between, I guess, whenever we find out about the playoffs. But I'm doing one of the two Florence and Machine shows. Demi Lovato's concert I'm doing, which I'm actually excited because I've never seen her live, and I'm hoping that she does a lot of upbeat tracks. And Peso Pluma is coming to the Garden. I was like, I knew they was gonna give me that damn. Luckily, I'm a fan of his, so I'm not that upset. Just like when Fuerza Regida came and people were like, can we get some people that speak some English? I'm like, I like this type of music, so I'm not upset. Yes, I listen to all types of I listen to Mexican artists, I listen to a lot of Spanish artists. I'm really like I already told you, I'm really looking forward to the Rosalia concert. If they give me both of those, I'll be happy. I love the FKA Twigs concert, even though people that I was working with was bitching and moaning. I'm like, what you bitching and moaning? This is art on this stage, especially of her up there working that pole with one arm. I was like, okay, sis, talk about horse strength. And that was during cellophane. He said he should release more music. Who you talking about, Benson? Yeah, he do. But if you're gonna release music, it's got to be good. Maybe you don't look at it now, but I did send you a tweet of someone making fun of Brent Corrigan's weight gain on Twitter messages, and I'm gonna need you to read them whenever you get to read. I'm gonna need you to read the shit I be sending y'all. Rosalia vomited at the Milan show. I hope it wasn't. Somebody ate that shit. They all got sick. Funny enough, I'm hearing a lot of that. I think she was sick and she had to cancel the date. I hope she's not overexerting herself. And if beginning is a song by Izzy. Funny enough, I don't even know who that part. When you said one hit wonder, I was like, I don't even know who that is, Chair. That's probably why he's a one hit wonder. That song came and went like a wet fart. You said in the beginning. The only thing I know, the only song I know with a beginning in it is The Beginning by RuPaul. This is the beginning of the rest of July. Even though I know that's not how the lyrics go, that's what we call it. I love that you mentioned Creedence Clearwater Revival because the lead singer performed. He performed at the fuck did I just say? The NYPD charity event I just worked. It was a last minute thing that was added. And yeah, I said he performed. We had two comedians. One of them was who did I say? I forgot. It doesn't matter, but he was funny though. Chris Stefano. And he's cute. I was like, oh, you cute in person. Um 'Cause I never really heard his jokes, whatever. And then I was looking at the screen because I was being nosy because I was on the floor. Of course, they put me on the floor. Um, and they had like the bullet points of what he was going to talk about. And I was like, yeah, that's what comedians do. They put the bullet points up so that way they stay on point with the thing. Fat Joe performed, Cyndi Lauper performed, and so there was like a lot of, I think it was like three. Yeah, it was Cyndi Lauper, Fat Joe, and Creedence Clearwater, the lead singer. He was like the whole night. He was so happy because he said, "My wife helped me get my masters back." He said, "I own my songs again." So he was the most excited over that. Drank champagne and everything. They popped the bottles. He was excited. Yeah, this is stuff y'all not going well unless people that work there, I mean that were there, recorded and posted it on their social medias. That's the only way. And me telling you what happened, but yeah, hold on to your love. Or as I used to change the lyrics, hold on to your soap and sponge. You said if I was Kim, I would just leak the damn thing. That's what I said. I'm like, just leak the shit. What they gonna do? Sue you? Is your music? But then again, if the record label owns it, so that's probably like, yeah. Or I just be like, fuck y'all, let me out. Like pull, I need you to pull what the hell's that girl? An Ava Max. Just ask them, can you please let me out my damn contract and just go independent like she did? Because you're a niche artist. I mean, I understand you thinking that you mainstream because you did Unholy and won a Grammy, but sis, they look at you as a tranny. So just be your tranny self with your pop bops and go and tour your little small venues and take it from there. You don't need a label. The internet is your label. No, it isn't. You said Rosalia got, oh, she got food. What the hell? Well, you said it was Mama Tina Gum. One of my online friends was at the show and she canceled. Oh yeah, I did hear about that. Congratulations on Brandy revisiting a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I was listening to Have You Ever on repeat just last night. Well, she is the vocal Bible. Oh, you said receiving. Well, she should be proud. Okay, so now let's move on and get back to the show. And let's get into celebrities getting into politics the right way, not these idiots we got coming up like Nigga Cannon and the other one, dumbass Razonda, and that coon over there. What's his name? Oh, well, we're gonna talk about Tiger Woods later on, and Tristan Thompson. So celebrities such as Pedro Pascal, Danta, Javier Bardem, Mark Ruffalo, America Ferrera, Elliot Page, and Jane Fonda are among the dozens of Hollywood names who have signed an open letter calling on the federal government to shut down the Dilley Immigration Processing Center in Texas, where ICE has been detaining children and their parents. The open letter begins with the declaration no child should be locked in an immigration detention center. I mean, quiet as it's kept. Not just children. Well, look, I feel the children are, according to Whitney Houston, the children are our future. But the way that they out here treating these kids and these people, it's just beyond deplorable. Because, and I can understand if you were getting like grabbing people who didn't come in the country the right way. But the fact of the matter is, it's not even about that. There's only like a small amount of people that have snuck in this country that have been, well, I don't know if they've been deported. They've been shipped somewhere because we haven't been getting any kind of real information from this government. But the fact of the matter is, y'all just grabbing everybody and anybody without due process because y'all got to fill a quota. And like I said, y'all want to sit and have ICE out here just terrorizing people. Why not have them motherfuckers go over there to Iran and be the boots on the ground since they want to be militant so bad, since they want to rough people up, since y'all in this I'm big and bad mood, take y'all, get on that plane, sign the paperwork, get over there, be all you can be for this man and the country. Put your lives on the line because this is what y'all want. Y'all can't be sitting up here just not doing nothing, being on y'all phones, taking up space in the damn airports while we got TSA agents ain't getting paid. Shout out to Tyler Perry for going around giving people gift cards and all that other stuff, that are still not getting paid. I mean, that's cute or whatever for whatever amenities they need, but that ain't gonna be enough to pay their rent. So this is the crap that we're dealing with now because this country is going to hell in a handbasket and y'all voted for this shit. So the Hollywood celebrities joined the likes of children's entertainment figure Miss Rachel, who made headlines earlier this month for meeting with detained children on video chat while vowing to fight to close Dilley. Additional signees of the new open letter include John Legend, Brandy Carlisle, Hannah Einbinder, Alejandro Gonzalez Inarritu, One Mimosaku, Billy Porter, Kiki Palmer, Hassan Minaj, Katie Couric, Susan Sarandon, and dozens more. Now, per NBC News, they said children have complained of limited education, lights that never turn off, and moldy food at Dilly. Well, yeah, I've been hearing a lot about that too. They're not giving people like good food to eat. It's a lot of the food is molded. They leave the lights on. That's a form of torture. So they're not interested in trying to get these people who are illegal out. This is full on slavery that's happening. But of course, because our corporate media is not discussing this, a lot of people don't know what's really going on. Whereas people like myself and some of the other commentators come in to give you all the information. So they said more than 2,300 children have been put in detention with their parents, with the overwhelming majority held at Dilley, according to figures provided by court-appointed monitors. Many have been held for several weeks or months, saying, quote, children held in immigration detention endure trauma, neglect, and conditions that violate basic standards of health, safety, dignity, and human rights, reads the open letter. Court filings of abuse against children have included refusal to provide clean water, rotten food contaminated with worms, dangerous medical neglect, sleep deprivation, denial of legal counsel, and separation of children from their families, and retaliation against families protesting the inhumane conditions. Children belong in schools and on playgrounds, not in detention centers. What this also doesn't tell you in this article is that a lot of these girls are also going in with regular schmegular and coming and ending up pregnant. There's another thing that I'm telling y'all either. So people up in there violating these girls as well. So these have been stories I've been hearing about that's not in this article that I wanted to point out. And nobody, of course, is questioning this. Now, the letter continues. We urge the federal government and Core Civic to close the Dilley facility immediately, return children and families to the homes and communities they were taken from, and to end child imprisonment now. Our commitment does not end with closure. We demand transparency, accountability, and systemic reforms to prevent these abuses from happening elsewhere in the United States. They said anywhere, but it's elsewhere. Um, I do feel like, okay, if we're going to do the things that we need to be doing, there are reasons why we have laws and due process put in place. So if these people are, if we have immigrants who are illegally in this country and you're detaining them, they should be allowed to have counsel. I'm sure there's enough counselors out here that are probably overworked and underpaid that are doing pro bono work, whatever the case is, because I'm sure a lot of these immigrants probably can't even afford to pay the amount of thousands of dollars for counsel. But there should be somebody that's in place to help get these people the help that they need. And a lot of times what they're not pointing this out either is that because there was this other thing. ICE would go down to immigration offices where people were going for their court dates to see if they can get, to get their paperwork renewed or an extension, whatever the case is. ICE would go down to these places and grab people that way and just detain them without due process, put in a car, shipped off to God knows where, and then it's just a disaster. Like this, you can't do stuff like this. There's reasons why we have laws and things in place. And of course, people are going to come in with their excuses. People are going to come and troll. People are going to come. It's like your racism is showing, and that's what basically this is. But also, I'm gonna get in on the ass of you. I will vote for Donald Trump. Fucking people. A lot of you Cubans and a lot of that thought that y'all were going to be exempt because well, we came in the right way, and then once we came in, we gonna be selfish. We gonna pull up the ladder behind us so that way the rest of you MFers are gonna struggle and figure out how y'all gonna do what y'all do. But he not coming for us. Okay. Well, y'all still believe that shit? Because apparently he has. And a lot of his people have. There have been a lot of stories that I've been reading where there have been people who, I voted for him, I'm a triple trumper, I'm this, that, a lot of you Hispanics went and voted, ended up getting deported, ended up getting caught up in the system. So y'all be thinking, because if I come close proximity to the whiteness, or if I do all this other stuff, then they're not gonna come after me. They're gonna come after the bad guys. What fucking movie are y'all watching? Because that's not real life. Unplugged from the Matrix. So I feel like a lot of y'all have to hit y'all rock bottom for y'all to wake up and realize the type of world we're living in and the type of fascism this administration is trying to, well, regime, I'm gonna call it that, are trying to put down on us as a people. So if y'all want to sit up there and believe it, then I got a house in Boca I can sell y'all. And y'all know my ass ain't in real estate. So Miss Rachel, whose real name is Rachel Accurso, first found out about Dilly after the federal agents detained the father of a 5-year-old. Oh, Liam Conejo Ramos, which I heard that they ended up both getting shipped off anyway, like they were deported, even after all of this drama that was going on with them. I think People Magazine recently covered that story about a couple of days, I think last week. So she had heard about it from the kid Liam Conejo Ramos in Minneapolis and sent them both to Dilly. She was recently had a video call with 9-year-old Daver Haneo Jimenez, who was detained at Dilly along with his parents in early March. It was her second video call with a detained child, the first being with a 5-year-old named Gael. Now, speaking to NBC News, Accurso said it was unbelievably surreal to see this sweet little face and feel like I was on a call with somebody who's in jail. It broke me, and it was something I never thought I'd encounter in life. When trying to get a child out of a jail to do a spelling bee. I just never thought those words would go together because we are living in an environment where we have rich people who want to keep us fighting and all that other mess, while they do their white supremacy, while they pillage this country of its resources and other parts of the world. They're currently pillaging Iran of their resources. Never felt in a million years I'd be more happy that Iran is winning this damn war because of this idiot that we have in the White House who don't know what the fuck he's doing, especially when it comes to foreign policy. I don't think anybody could be worse at foreign policy than Joe Biden, but here we are. But then we realize that, Donald Trump is just horrible at everything. Everything he touches turns to shit. The shit in his diaper that he's currently wearing. So, shout out to these celebrities that are bringing awareness to such a tragic issue. And if you don't have empathy for people who are not in a better off situation than you, then there's a special place in hell that, there's a bunch of seats down there waiting for a lot of y'all to be sitting in the hell that you living in your current situation, because a lot of y'all be acting like that if they're worse off than me, then I'm good. And I can't be around people that think like that or just wallow in being just a selfish piece of shit. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? How were you aware of this whole situation that was going on? I will admit, of all the politics that I've been engulfing myself in since this regime, this is the first that I've heard about this situation. Like, I've heard about the things that was going on in a lot of the ICE facilities, particularly with kids, but I wasn't aware of this particular story and this particular, like, I didn't know it was Dilly. I just thought, like, there's a bunch of ICE facilities all over the damn place where a lot of these things were happening. So in a way, I'm glad that celebrities, out here who are signing the letters and getting and bringing awareness are making us even more aware of a lot of the craziness that's going on in the world that our mainstream media that has been bought and paid for into their silence are not reporting the real news for us to know. Because if everybody knew it, I think, those you would sense would be a little more outraged. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Hello, somebody's mad in the comments. And what we're not going to do is put anti Semitism up in here. So that person is gone. Yeah, you got to watch what you be saying up on this social media thing. Not fuck this country. The latest are asking those TSA workers a recurrent whatever. Well, it's also against company rules to not pay the people that's working for you. ICE agents are being called to assist TSA. Yeah. Um, yeah. A lot of the facilities, they're not doing anything because they're not well equipped to work those jobs. So um I'm like, why are y'all there again? And then the TSA workers have to literally train the ICE agents. I'm like, you're not even getting paid to do this. If I was the TSA agents, I'd just all walk off the damn job. He said, that's my exact feelings about the idiot in the White House. I can't believe he's still in command. And every now and again we'll get trolls up in here with their bullshit. And I'm not even dignifying with a response. I feel like because that's what y'all want. So The block button has become my favorite button to use on a lot of you hoes. So at least somebody in here got some damn sense. Did you see Timothy posted pics with Kylie on vacation? I thought they were. Look, they're. Who said they was on? Well, I guess a lot of the media has been saying they're going to break up. I was like, look, if you want to stick with her, then do what you must. If it helps give him any kind of clout, attention, whatever the case is. If you like it, I love it. That's how I feel about their relationship. All right, y'all. So let's move on and let's get back into some more hot topics. And let's talk about Jeffrey Epstein. So we should have known that eventually this was going to happen. That with all this talk about Epstein and the certain moron in the White House is trying to make sure that we all forget about Jeffrey Epstein because he thinks this is Men in Black. He thinks hold up that little, that metal dildo and it's going to flash all up in our eyes and we're going to forget about Jeffrey Epstein. Well, now it's only a matter of time before I thought this would have happened after the administration was pretty much done. No, a word on the curb is they're working on a Jeffrey Epstein series, and I got some thoughts. But first, let's get into the story. So, Sony Pictures TV, Laura Dern and Adam McKay are teaming up for a limited series about the investigation that blew open the Jeffrey Epstein case. Now, Perversion of Justice, now why that sound like a Lifetime title? Perversion of Justice, the Jeffrey Epstein story, the New York Times best-selling book by investigative journalist Julie K. Brown, is in the works for television with Oscar, Emmy, and Golden Globe winner Laura attached to star and executive produce. Sony Pictures Television is hitting the market with the timely project. Well, Sony is owned by the Japanese, so that's probably why they're doing it. Because you ain't gonna see Amazon MGM make it, you ain't gonna see Paramount make it, or Warner Brothers, because Warner Brothers just been acquired by the Ellison. So you already know they're not touching it. Sony sounds about right. Because the Asians mad at Trump right now. So they said, yeah, so the series is going to also be produced by Adam McKay's Hyperobject Industries. The event series is described as an explosive account of an investigative reporter exposing the secret plea deal between Epstein and federal prosecutors. Drawing from Brown's experience as a groundbreaking reporter from the Miami Herald, the book and the limited series follows her relentless years-long investigation that identified 80 victims, persuaded key survivors to go on the record, and led to Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's arrests. Sharon Hoffman, from Miss America House of Cards, penned the script. She and Eileen Myers, American Hostage Masters of Sex, will serve as co-showrunners and executive producers, with McKay, Kevin Messick, Brown, and Dern also serving as executive producers. Now, Brown, an investigative journalist with the Miami Herald, is best known for pursuing the sex trafficking story surrounding Jeffrey Epstein, who in 2008 was allowed to plead guilty to 2 state-level prostitution offenses. She received 2 George Polk Awards for justice reporting, along with other honors. Brown was also included in Time Magazine's 100 Most Influential People of 2020. Donald Trump, who had well, he had a full-blown friendship. There ain't no damn social relationship. Has been dogged by the Epstein files throughout his second term in office. While Trump has never been charged with a crime in connection to Epstein, but he's been charged with 38 counts of felony counts for other things, including the grape of E. Jean Carroll that he likes to act like he didn't have anything to do with, and probably still owes her money, by the way. Yeah. While he's never been charged with a crime in connection to Epstein, their past ties have faced intense scrutiny. Now, the question remains: it's great and all that you're going to be doing this series, and even though I read the Epstein files and I'm like, I'm already aware of a lot of the gory details of this, that, and the other. Do we need a series based around this? And I guess because a lot of y'all don't, and there's no shade, I'm just saying, a lot of people don't read. They maybe need it spelled out for them in the form of a TV series. So, or limited series. So it might be entertaining to watch. Now, I always have issue with bio series, biopics, whatever the case is, because it's like, how much y'all really going to dive deep into this conversation? And how much of the details are you actually going to expose regarding this whole situation? Are we going to bring other people that was allegedly in the files, redacted and unredacted? Are we really going to go there? Or are we just going to focus on the book as the blueprint for what y'all going to talk about? Or are we just heavily going to focus on Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine, not the other celebrities that were mentioned in the files, including Donald Trump. So I guess to be on the safe side and not get sued because you know that man loves to file a lawsuit, even when he know he guilty of sin in a lot of the suits. But the fact of the matter is, you have a lot of these studios, companies, whatever the case is, that puss out because we've seen Disney do it when they had him dead to rights. There was no reason for him to sue them, but they gave him $15 million for him to go away. I'm like, why? You should have just fought it because you know this was bogus. But y'all gave the man money anyway, which lets his cult members believe, oh yeah, it's a witch hunt and fake news and all other stuff. Like you play into it. The minute you give that man an inch, he takes a mile. So when y'all play into that, this is the result. So I feel like whoever's going to take this on, because they said Sony's going to do it. I feel like to be on the safe side, they're really not going to go too deep into the situation. You might get a little more in the book. I mean, it also depends on who's doing it, because I don't think they mentioned what streaming service, what network, whatever is going to be producing. They said Sony. Sony is the only one that doesn't have a streaming service. They pretty much outsource a lot of their stuff to Paramount and Disney and or Hulu, not Disney. Well, Disney about to become, Hulu about to merge, but Hulu or Netflix, like they do their deals with other people. They're the only one that doesn't have a streaming service. So it kind of makes you wonder, like, whoever gets it, how much are they gonna allow them to be mentioned in the thing? And I guess maybe they're just gonna focus on the victims and Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein. So we'll see how much, I'll wait for a trailer to see how much they're gonna, or more information regardless on how deep they're going to go into the story. So I'm genuinely curious, but like I said before, I always tend to side eye biopics and bio movies or whatever the case is, biopics, bio series, whatever the case is, because we already seen like Ryan Murphy and what he does with things based on true stories. You already see people mad at him over what he did with Jeffrey Dahmer, Ed Gein, most recently Carolyn Bessette and JFK Jr. So, and now they talk about doing Julio. Oh, he's doing one on Lizzie Borden, but I guess because they're all dead, they can't speak on what happened. So they can pretty much do whatever and get away with it. And there was some other celebrity they told that they were going to be focusing on. I can't remember who, but so we'll see. But I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding this Jeffrey Epstein series? Is this something y'all going to be interested in wanting to check out? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, I don't care what this idiot has to say. I don't care what who said, oh please what? Yeah, that's oh no and oh please. Oh, so yeah, I had a bean eater up in here. Yeah, you want to be racist and talk about Tyrone and use negative stuff? Okay, spick, said you want to go there, and I can say that because I'm part Hispanic. But okay, bean eater, you want to come up in here and my shit and try to drop little comments? But I can go there too. Unfortunately, people need the files in a series. But yeah, because y'all can't be up in here to my protect the kids or whatever, but then you okay with a president who allegedly diddled with a few. Huh. But anyway, let's get back into some tea. And let's talk about Usher, who's being dragged online for defending the diddler, which, why we should be a surprise at this point. Usher is a damn Gen Xer who is stuck in a certain, I don't know, it's just hard for, seems like people of a certain age to break free of people that they know being capable of crazy shit. Or the fact that, two things can be true at the same time when it comes down to you can like people for what they do, but also call them out on the mess that they make. So let's get into what this moron had to say. I will play the video, but I don't know if we could probably get a copyright strike, so I'm just going to read it. So he did a recent a video interview with Forbes where he basically went on and tap danced for the diddler. And the disgraced rapper and entertainment mogul, and said that he's been misrepresented. So the singer said Diddy was a mentor to him and his experience with the rap star didn't match how he's been represented. Now, Usher said in an interview with Forbes' The Enterprise Zone that the one word he would use to describe Diddy is legacy. That ain't the word I would use, but okay. But and so now after interviewer of Jabari Young said Usher had managed to avoid a lot of the negativity that we obviously know shows up in Diddy's story today, the singer clarified his stance on the disgraced rap mogul. Usher said his controversial opinion was that we can't ignore the reality of history. In many ways, I think people are prosecuted and maybe not recognized for the greatness that they offer. I don't have anything negative to say about Sean Combs because my experience was not what the world has seen and how he's been misrepresented. Now, Usher has worked with Diddy since he began his career as a teenager. Was living with him when he was 14, and told Forbes that he valued the rapper as or as a mentor who reminded him of a really, really hard teacher. He said, I can't, with any sense of humanity, not recognize the valuable contributions that this man made for us as Black entrepreneurs, for us as businessmen, for us as people who transition culture and ideas into something that's tangible and becomes business. So many people benefited from what he created, and I acknowledge that, and that's why I see him as a legacy. Okay, so Usher is correct on one hand, where he has contributed so much to hip hop culture where he's been able to take hip hop culture and brand it as sort of like this thing that many people can eat off of, where it's like the popping the bottles and the crystal and being up in the club. Like he basically mainstreamed a lot of the club culture in the hip hop and popping bottles and the shiny suits and the whole glamorous aspect. And then you got people like the Mary J. Blige was Queen of Hip Hop Soul, was mentored by Diddy also, came in with that whole ghetto fabulous vibe where it was like she looked, the fur coats and the boots and all that other stuff, but also had that hard edge to her. Same thing with Little Kim, where they was out here shouting out, Versace, and Louis Vuitton and a lot of the big major thing. So they brought a lot of the style and the fashion, all that stuff into hip hop culture because hip hop culture was so many other elements to it. There was the gangster rap. There was before the shiny suit debacle happened. There was the gangster rap era. Then of course there was like the b-boy, Run DMC, Grandmaster Flash type of hip hop. So it's molded into so many different things. Then we have the conscious hip hop. There's so many aspects of hip hop that have come in with this whole situation. But yes, so he brought that into the mainstream. And I'm glad that you were able to learn whatever you learned in regards of him being a hard teacher on you in order for you to become the bona fide superstar that you are today. Because Usher is talented. He sings, he dances, he's a great showman. And I'm sure he brought a lot of those elements into you. But also, let's not sidestep the fact that he was also a bully. He strong armed people out of a lot of deals. He screwed a lot of people over financially, according to a lot of the stories of the past. A lot of artists out here were pretty much robbed of a lot of their earnings and this, that, and the other. I remember hearing the stories from Danity Kane, where they were talking about that they wanted to sign NDAs, and in order for them to get the rights to their music back, they had to sign NDAs. And then when we heard from Aubrey, the the rights weren't worth, the shit I wipe out my ass once I'm done on the toilet. So what was the point of this situation if you was out here robbing your artists allegedly? You were abusing women. We saw the video from what you did to Cassie. I mean, all the other women, it's hearsay, but we've literally seen the evidence with our own eyes when it was leaked by TMZ and CNN and so many others, where you was literally dragging Cassie and beating her ass because you couldn't step to a dude and do it without having security or whatever else restrain them. So you had to beat up a girl because you a bitch. So when we've seen the evidence of you abusing this girl, where we had to go down to the court and all this other stuff, and there was a whole trial, and now you in jail. Finally, facing a lot of the crimes that you've done over the decades. The school stampede situation. Some people blame you and said that Biggie and Tupac death, you better have something to do with it. I don't know. I wasn't there, but those are the stories that's floating around. So many different things over the years. So two things can be true. We can give Diddy his flowers for what he's contributed to the industry, but at what cost? Because you steamrolled over a lot of people for those accolades to happen because you benefited financially from it, because you've been able to eat at the table that Diddy set for you. You can't talk, you can't multitask. You can't pat your stomach and rub your head at the same time, or rub your stomach and pat your head at the same time. You can't multitask. Two things can't be true. It has to be one monolithic thing or another. So if you was expecting any kind of real kind of whatever to come from Usher, y'all came to the wrong situation. So of course the people on social media had to eat his ass up, not literally. And then, there's been alleged stories about that Usher was touched by the diddler and that Usher might be a homosexual, but putting on this little facade because there's a lot of you closet cases in this business that, especially when black people are the ones that's buying your music solely, mostly, you got to put on the facade of the woman and the kids and all other stuff. So you having a bunch of kids with them. Child, they was out here saying his oldest son is a queen, and I don't want to speak ill of nobody's children, but that's the rumor. So if that ain't gonna be true to himself, they had to put it through one of the kids. And then you was with that old ass woman, Manika, and then now you with this other girl who you married. And if that's the life you want to live, that's on you. But that's just what the streets are saying. So we don't need to go into the details about what Diddy was convicted for. We already know. Now the fans went on social media and reacted to Usher's words, taking to social media as one person said on Twitter, Usher, my longtime inspiration, being bleak and not an apologist for Combs's dangerous actions, I really cannot fathom this. You can certainly praise someone's work ethic and condemn their exposed demons simultaneously. I am shattered with disappointment in you, which is literally what I said. You can praise somebody and talk about what an influence they've been to the industry. We can't sit up here and deny Diddy's contributions to hip hop and ushering it further into the mainstream. But we can also call him out on the unconscionable things that he's done to so many people the 3 decades he's been moguling in this industry called music. Now, a second fan then added, misrepresented, oh, Usher, while a third music fan jumped into us and to say, pretty big gulf between not every man is perfect and Diddy. You can big up his achievement without downplaying that he was a menace. He isn't misrepresented in any way, concluded a for disappointed fan. Exactly. So Diddy has done a lot of harm and damage to a lot of people. We've seen all the documentaries. Now, in regards to whether or not it's true, that is TBD because I wasn't there. I can't say it. But these people have come out and said what a menace he has been. And I know a lot of people like, well, why did they come out and say stuff back then? I'm like, because Diddy was in a place of power. When you're the most powerful person in the world, ain't nobody gonna say nothing because they're worried about their lives being on the line. And I definitely feel like now, or their careers, their lives, whatever the case is gonna be on the line. Because when you have a lot of people in your corner and you have a lot of higher ups protect you because you're making them so much money, they can make you go away easily. So let's not be obtuse. But I guess because a lot of you haven't been in these situations in these rooms, and I don't even think you need to necessarily be in those rooms. I just think common sense would probably pretty much give you all you need to know. Just like kind of put yourself in that position. Okay, so now the regular people wasn't the only one that decided to get up and usher ass. 50 Cent decided to also chime in and, decided to troll him on as well. Of course, it wouldn't be Curtis Jackson without a little shade. So, um, what do you say? Oh damn, I wish I would have pulled this picture up. So let's go over the 50 Cent page and see what he pretty much wrote. Because there was this other picture I should have put up with Diddy in this baby oil outfit, but that's gonna take too much time to pull up. So yeah, he said, Usher, like, I don't want people to know what he did to my ass. I'm a grown man now, my ass is off limits. And now, Usher hasn't said a word, but the people in the comments say he could have just said nothing also, which is what I was saying the other day when I first heard it. I was like, you should just no comment. I don't want to speak on it. Like, this is not something I feel comfortable talking about. That I'm sure the interviewer would have understood and kept it moving. People would have still said what they wanted to say online, but if you stay neutral and just don't say nothing at all, nobody can use your words against you. But you went on this whole little tangent where it's like you can't multitask. Apparently, you can't praise somebody and call them out because I guess you worrying about when Diddy get out of jail, he gonna come after you or say something and feel like you betrayed him. So now you want to play neutral Nancy. But okay, you made your stance, and that's what it is. Now another person said, "Now I get why Justin Bieber tried throwing hands at the Oscars." Oh yeah, because there's that too, and it's like now because Usher, I mean, because Justin Bieber out here having epiphanies. Now he's a dad, he's a he's a husband. He having epiphanies. He's coming to revelations about stuff. And he now feels that maybe Usher didn't have his back, allegedly. Because the word on the curb is, even though Justin Bieber said nothing was done to him, people believe that Diddy may have touched him inappropriately, among others. I don't know who else might have been touched. But if Justin said nothing happened, we'll go along with it. But if years later he all of a sudden, because a lot of people when they get abused, they do block out certain parts of what had happened to them and they don't remember until it just manifests in whatever way it plans on manifesting. So when that day comes, when he feels comfortable enough, had something did happen where he wants to speak on it, we'll give him the grace to speak on it when he's ready, not when the internet says, well, you need to admit something happened when he's not ready to admit it, or if it didn't happen at all. So another person said, I don't think that video of him beating Cassie was misrepresenting anything. Another person, I don't understand why people defend others that have committed vile crimes. Another person, Usher don't want them tapes released. Another person said, wasn't Usher in some huge herpes lawsuit? So um a lot of people basically, like I said, they dragging his ass and 50 Cent's page over what he said. Now, of course, Usher has not responded. And I don't expect him to respond because what are you going to say? You already know once you start going at 50 Cent, when he trolls you, he's like a dog with a bone. He don't never let that mess go. And it's just going to keep going on. So, in the meantime, that's what it is. He hasn't responded. And Usher's already decided to, he made his bed. Now he's willing to lie in it. He also denied claims before we get up off this. It was a lot claims that he got into an intense argument with Justin Bieber at Beyonce and Jay-Z's Oscar party. So the brat decided to chime in, and I think she was on that show she does with Tavis Smiley, with Ricky Smiley. And she basically said that the heated exchange was exaggerated. So now insiders are also claiming the encounter culminated in a fist fight, which some people are saying that didn't happen. So people out here just playing telephone and making stuff up. So she basically said that yeah, it was exaggerated. Nothing really happened between them in the fight, whatever. But of course, she's gonna, I guess, do she has a particular side that she's gonna stick with. So she's gonna say that, and DeBrat always also tries to play the whole neutral thing, which is why I be side on her a lot with some of the stuff she says when she's on them shows, on them type of shows where they be gossiping or whatever. And it's like, yeah, if y'all gonna be celebrities getting in this gossip space and y'all be friends with these people, this is why I have an issue with a lot of these celebrities that want to jump into the celebrity news and gossip space and they want to be like, well, when it comes time to do y'all want to do the Wendy Williams thing, but when it comes time to actually do the Wendy Williams thing, y'all try to be all, but that's my friend. I can't believe that. Then get up off this shit then because people feelings gonna get hurt. And then like at the end of the day, if they don't understand this is my job and I gotta talk about when y'all be up in some mess and y'all saying things, I gotta speak on it. So yeah, she said he's been nothing but supportive of plenty of issues that Justin Bieber has had throughout the years. And y'all can actually check the records for all that. He has been saying Justin is on his own journey dealing with his own reality that he's created. Usher wishes him nothing but the best, and they have no hostility towards each other. They definitely love each other. I'm calling bullshit on that because one of the lines she said pissed me off. And that's the line where she said, Justin is on his journey dealing with his own reality that he's created. So you're literally out here saying that Justin out here wilding, accusing people of stuff. That's why I said you got to read between the lines with stuff. Oh, they have love for each other, but he's dealing with something that's going on in his currently in his life that he's created. So you're saying he's living in some alternate universe that he just made up. So everything ain't copacetic between him and Usher. So y'all can sit up here and play this whole we just having a kumbaya moment. Nobody's buying it. I'm not buying. Well, I'll speak for me. I'm not buying it because you gave it away in that sentence. So they said, so people just take things out of context when they see something and they run with it. And I'm just here to say that it is not the case. They're definitely cool with each other and they have love and they support each other. Well, the brat, you weren't there. So you're going by based off of what Usher told you. You haven't spoken to Justin Bieber and gotten his statement. So of course you're going to defend her friend. Y'all can take the information however which way y'all want. And that's basically all I got to say on that. But I'll definitely be keeping abreast of the story between him and the Biebs, as we progress throughout, whenever something else comes up, we'll talk about it. As far as him and Diddy, I'm not surprised that this would be the stance that he's taken. And that's why I guess we got trolls like 50 Cent to come out and call it for what it is, because he don't like the diddler. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? All of it that I mentioned. Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. He said, roast down. No, there is no. I don't know how anybody could be out here. Um, well, good for you. He said, sad news for me, good news for you. Love story has ended. I cried to my mother after the finale. That's how sad that's about it. I spared myself of the details and did not know. Hmm. Um, well, look, if you're sad, you can always go back and rewatch it. All right, y'all. So now we got some more coonery and buffoonery to talk about. Let's talk about Rosanda. So apparently, Miss Thomas is out here talking about she ain't MAGA after basically fans are roasting her over those donations that she was putting out here, saying that it was a mistake. Number one, I have donated to politicians in the past. Democratic politicians. This is before I woke my ass up and realized that, what the whole situation we live in with APAC and corporate donors and all that other mess. So I don't donate no more. I used to donate to HRC, a bunch of Democratic leaning situations. But the more you learn about politics, then the more you realize that, what, in so many ways, in regards of this establishment politicians, Republican Democrats, two sides of the same coin. And like some crazier than others, but nevertheless, it is what it is. So yeah, so Miss Chilli, excuse me, got caught up. Now here's the thing with donating money or whatever the case is, when you donate to somebody, you know exactly who you're donating to. It gives you a whole list of what their policies are, whatever the case is. Also, once you donate, it becomes like a rabbit hole situation where they constantly are asking you for money. So sis, in the words of Judge Judy, don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. But she want to be out here letting y'all, if y'all want to fall for the foolishness. I mean, I know she a dummy in real life. She definitely gives that. But don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. So TLC's Chilli insists that she's not MAGA after Trump donations, and apologized for accidentally reposting a Michelle Obama conspiracy theory on social media. Oh, that was the one where she basically said Michelle Obama's a man, which is literally featureism that is an issue within the Black community, where because Black women are tall or they have broader masculine features that a lot of people think that they're men. I mean, Serena and Venus Williams have gotten that shade. There's been a lot of Black women who have gotten it. Wendy Williams, Omarosa. There's been a lot of Black, just off the top of the head. These are some of the Black women, excuse me, that get a lot of those, that type of stuff. And Chilli, who also did an All Lives Matter situation when it was during the Black Lives Matter era, bitch, we see where you stand on stuff. So, like I said, don't play in my face. So, the singer sparked a pair of controversies this weekend after the Independent reported that Chile had donated over $1,000 Republican-linked fundraisers and Trump re-election efforts in 2024, including $340 to Trump National Committee (JMC). And you already know when it comes to Trump, that man puts his name on everything in big bold letters. So In the letterheads be crazy. You knew what you were voting for or what you were donating to. And once it's a mistake, two is a pattern, three is just okay, bitch. We like who are you fooling with this? Now, fans didn't realize that Chilli's social media account had reshared a Michelle Obama video popular among conspiracy theorists. On Saturday, Chilli uploaded a video statement to Instagram explaining that she accidentally reposted the Obama video. She said, let me say this first. I have the utmost respect and, and admiration for Michelle Obama, and I would never say or do anything that is disrespectful to her or to any woman. I would never do that. I have no clue that this repost had happened until I started getting phone calls and text messages from everybody, and I immediately went to my page to see what was going on. Mind you, I'm not very computer savvy, so I'm looking for this repost button when you have a son named Tron who is computer savvy. First of all, how you name your child after a movie that was supposed to be about technology, futuristic, like before its time? But you name your child Tron, but you're not computer savvy? Okay, sis. Um, and I see that of these buttons are very, very close to each other. And clearly I was scrolling and my thumb hit the repost button. Again, I have no clue that something like this happened until I got the calls. Now, Chilli, who unreposted the video soon after, added, that is not my character. I have supported the Obamas. I gave to the campaign both runs, voted twice for him, and supported the organization that Michelle had in the schools for exercise for the kids. I would never do anything that's harmful or hateful to anybody. I'm not wired like that. Well, sis, the math ain't mathing. Now, as for the political donations, Chilli said that she thought she was donating to organizations benefiting military veterans, but did not read the fine print because her father is a veteran. And she did mention that in her Instagram post. However, she did not explain how she confused veteran organizations with Republican backed WinRed and Trump National Committee JFC, both of which record show she donated to. So yeah, so I want to be clear. I'm not MAGA, and I do not support any of the many policies that are causing great harm to the American people. I made a mistake too many make. I did not read the fine print. I thought I was supporting causes against human trafficking and for veterans, two things I care deeply about. And as my dad as a veteran, everyone knows I love children. I have learned a valuable lesson to ask for grace. No, bitch, you're not getting no fucking grace. Get out of here. Like you sound just like them saltines that's running around here talking about, oh, well, now because we're being affected by a lot of these policies that this man promised that he wasn't going to put into place, but now that he is, we need a soft landing. Can you please forgive us? I'm coming with the casserole with the raisins in it, and I'm asking for y'all grace. I'm asking for the soft landing. I'm asking you to no, take that grace and shove it all the way up your ass. I'm not giving nobody fucking grace no more. You triple Trumpers or you people that vote for against your own interests because of your racism, your misogyny, your homophobia, your transphobia, or any kind of bigotry that you got issues with. I'm gonna vote for the 30 plus convicted felon. I'm gonna vote for the because he sounds like my drunken uncle on fucking Thanksgiving. Like, really? This is what you want? The drunken uncle at Thanksgiving is there for a reason. I deal with him once a fucking year. I don't want to deal with him every day and making stupid decisions that's gonna affect not only the world, but us as well. So no, Grace can blow me. So, with her saying all of this, it's bullshit because I don't understand. Like, you would think, and here's the thing, you would think that somebody who didn't read the fine print when they signed to be TLC would have read the fine print. Bitch, you went bankrupt because you didn't read the fine fucking print before you signed it with the record deal. So now, 30 some odd years later, you talking about you still don't read? Bitch, are you illiterate? Are you dyslexic? Do you not know how to read? I mean, is there anybody in your household? Maybe ask Matthew Lawrence to read to you the shit before you hit send and you donate or whatever the case is. I just don't understand how people, well, I didn't read the fine print, so I'm just going to, you just be dilly, nilly, willy sending money to whoever without reading who you're sending money to? Like, who doesn't do research at your big age? So you can't use the whole naive, dumb, broad. I mean, maybe you are dumb in real life. You do it. You definitely give like you dumb, but I just don't understand how you thinking that you do this multiple times that that's an excuse and we're all gonna buy it. And somebody also in my comments, and I had to block their ass, and this was over on Facebook, telling me I need to stay out of black women's business. Well, I don't stay out of nobody's fucking business. If somebody comes up in here and says something stupid, I'm calling them out. I don't give a fuck what if you got a pussy, if you got a dick, if you're black, if you're Hispanic, if you're Asian, if you're Norwegian, if you ain't part of if you're dead or you're fucking alive. If you say something stupid, I'm talking about it. You can kiss my entire ass in Macy's window. Kindly fuck yourself with a dildo full of blades. How about that? So, and this is a black man telling me to stay out of. I'm like, you don't even have a pussy, and you telling me who I can and cannot talk about. Maybe you are a pussy, or you wish you had one, but you can't tell me to not talk about somebody based off their fucking gender. If you want to say something stupid, I'm gonna mention it. I don't give a fuck who it is. And I said what I said. So now, back in 2017, the songstress also sparked backlash after she stated that all lives matter during an interview in UK Channel 4 News. Said, for me, all lives matter because there was a time when different groups were targeted for different things. Even with the police brutality against these young black boys and stuff like that, all of that kind of stuff is wrong. Even if it was a Caucasian teen kid this was happening to, it's just not right. But sis, what bubble are you living in? Because white kids don't endure this type of stuff. George Floyd wasn't white. Breonna Taylor wasn't white. What was it? Trayvon Martin wasn't white. So when you up in here talking about the multiple, I need you to name one white kid that endured any of this shit that we talking about, which put forth Black Lives Matter. I'll wait. And you with a black son, your dumb ass should know better. But I keep telling you, when these people live on a different type of tax bracket, and they live in this certain bubble, you get bougie black people and you get and they kind of look down on the niggles where they act like that they're better than the Chillis, the Candace Owens, the uppity blacks that think that they're better than the ones that's down there. So they look down on y'all and act like your life don't matter. So I guess to you, your life doesn't matter to Chilli. But the funny part is, if their lives don't matter, then bitch, don't ask them for their fucking money to come see you, In Vogue, and Salt and Pepper on this upcoming tour. Because that's what you want. See, you don't like your people, but you want your people to come out and hear two of you sitting. Now, I'm not going to hit Tion with the straight, because Tion is not in this. Tion already let us know back then. That's T-Boz. In case y'all don't know a real name. Tion has been out here saying, like, I don't F with the orange shit stain. She already let it be known where she stands politically. And maybe with her and Chilli, when they come out, it's like, I'll be in my dressing room, you be in yours. We'll come out, we'll do Creep, we'll do the two-step, or whatever the case is. We perform all the hits, and that's that. But I've been said this about Chilli. First of all, quiet as it's kept, y'all careers died in Honduras with Left Eye. So if this is the game that you want to play about here, then be my guest. There was another thing that I forgot to bring up too. So then Saul also came out and defended her, talking about it's fake news. But I was like, sis, they did the research. Like literally, the independent, it's not fake news. And it kind of made me side eye her, but I ain't never like Salt either. Because I always felt like Salt was a sabotager of Salt and Pepper. First of all, what she did to Spinderella, and then the games that she used to play with Pepper. Because Pepper was always like the fun one that wanted to be out here touring and stuff. And Salt, all of a sudden, she thought because she found Jesus, and they all in that little cult type situation. The Trumpers, cult people. I mean, the church, the main churches, like these mega churches and stuff. And Salt like being a part of that. So a lot of these cult people think alike. So yeah, we're gonna read the comments because people's eating Chilli up on her own damn page. And so there was another thing that I want to pull up too, because there was this other thing with because I got the evidence. I come with receipts. Cause and shout out to Robert, because he sent this to me. All the people that she followed. So this is the purple part. That's like from her Instagram, where she posted, her bullshit ass excuse as to she didn't know who she was following. And then at the bottom, we have the list of people that she was following, like Terrence K. Williams. They say he's a comedian, and Donald Trump, Tommy Lauren, who knows she's that fucking airhead. I love when she did that debate with Crystal ate her ass up. Crystal Ball is a cackle. And she follows Newsmax, which we know was like sort of Fox News, but more progressive. Um, wait, somebody sent me that other Chilli thing that I thought was funny. It was like, why is Chilli looking at the screen like y'all gonna cancel me, ain't y'all? Don't do me like y'all did Stacey Dash. Yeah, Stacey Dash, another bougie black girl thinks she better than you noogles down there, because that's how they be looking at y'all. So yeah, let's read some of the comments and then we can get up off this mess because I feel like I read her enough. Um, well, first of all, one of my friends, oh, now I'm about to chop you. You went and gave her heart emojis. Oh, I'm gonna curse you out. Wait till I get off of here. Um, one of my friends, DJ, said someone help her with the buttons. Torre said, the real Chili, I want to believe you, my friend, but it appears like you donated to Trump several times and you follow a bunch of right-wing accounts. Is that incorrect? Of course it's not. So another person said, fine print. It was bold and clear. That's all I'm going to say as SMH. Another person said, A, I'm going to respect your right to align yourself with whatever group of white supremacists you choose. B, I reserve the right to decide where to spend my money. Do you know how many black women this administration has put out of work? Oh, yeah. Damn, who was it? There was somebody that just recently did a story. Can't remember who it was. Where they basically it might have been one of those political shows that I watch, or it might have been an article I read. Yeah, there's like over 13,000 black women put out of work because of this whole DEI situation. They take that word and manipulated it like y'all did woke and made it sort of like a thing of black people not earning any of the positions that they have. So we're going to put them out of work and put other people who aren't qualified in these positions because white people are feeling away right now. So, and I do agree with the sentiment. This is something I'm glad I read that because this is why I want to even reiterate I'll put forth. I don't care who you affiliate yourself, who you want to affiliate yourself with politically. Just own it. Stand on business. To me, as a person, I feel like let me know who you are in front, so I know how to deal with your ass. Don't smile up in my face and do some sneaky shit behind my back. I can't stand sneaky assholes like that. Just in general. Like, let me know where I stand with you. Because I talk with people that support Trump or whatever the case is. It's like, let's not talk politics, because we talk politics, your feelings gonna get hurt. But I can rock with you in other situations. But at this point, with the way that things are happening now, it's really hard for me to reconcile wanting to mess with you. And I feel like she's trying to do damage control because they're about to go out on this tour and people are feeling a way about damn shit, but because this stuff leaked and some people feel like it was a setup that because how we all found out about the tour, they performed the iHeartRadio Awards, which I totally forgot that even happened until I started seeing the clips online. So because of the whole iHeartRadio situation where TLC, In Vogue, who's going through their own mess with Rona Bennett, and I need to get that article and probably bring that on the next show, and Salt and Pepper. Now it's like they're saying, "Oh, there's some sabotage going on." But people have been saying that Chilli been MAGA for a while, and I guess we ain't really been paying attention to it. But now because this administration's term has been worse than the first. I mean, the first one was bad, but this is like, this has been like, damn, Trump out here making George W. Bush's term look like Disneyland, or just like, yeah, just like it's just that's how bad this whole political term has turned out. And I think people are starting to feel away. And people are jumping ship. And it's funny how y'all jumping on the ship while they jumping off. So I feel like that's probably what that is. But yeah, I don't have to add any more to this now, or there's nothing else to add to it. She's still out here backpedaling. She's saying what she said. But yeah, it's like at the end of the day, you have a right to align yourself with who you want to align yourself with. If you want to align yourself with rapists and white supremacists and abusers and misogynists, whatever the case is, but then you do that. Quiet as it's kept. Chilli ain't been the brightest at making decisions. You know what made me not like her? Remember back in the day when she had a reality show and she was doing like the whole dating thing, came out with this long ass list of what she don't want in a man, and which is why she couldn't keep one. But now she with one of them Lawrence brothers, which I think they kind of lean right wing Republican, that sort of thing, based on some of the things I've heard them say. So, not surprising that she would lean conservative. And you'd be surprised, a lot of black people specifically, once they hit a certain tax bracket, lean Republican in a lot of their beliefs. But yeah, so you can respect and believe who you want and vote for who you want to vote for. And I have a right to put my money behind the people I want to put my money behind and endorse who I want to endorse. But just remember that your actions have consequences. And you need to just accept it and live with it and own it and don't try to be out here whatever. But you posted things that have been problematic numerous times. The whole excuse not knowing what the buttons are, and yeah, don't get me wrong, Instagram do be changing up their things or whatever. But when that happens, you can learn the new buttons in 10 minutes and keep it pushing. So, and this is from months ago, or maybe a year ago with the whole Trump thing, because he's been president for about a year and some change. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? You buying this foolishness that Chilli out here telling y'all that, yeah, I ain't know who I was voting for. I'll just be giving money willy-nilly to anybody because I guess I got money to be giving. Or maybe she giving Matthew Lawrence Boy Meets World residuals to some of these, companies. Cause what money TLC got? They ain't been out here making, that much bank since Left Eye Pass. I mean, I know they do a couple of shows here and there, but I don't know how, because sometimes Tion sickle cell be flaring up. They can't perform all the time. And then you got all the other stuff. So yeah, let me know what you guys think of this story in the and will y'all be y'all got y'all tickets? Y'all still gonna go to the show? Let me know in the comments down below. That's not sexy or cool. That's she a silly hoe. Since we could use songs references. You a silly hoe, Chilli. And you said, Trump was on Fox News, talking about how I'm sure. Wait, I think he did know them because first of all, JFK. Now that's probably the one time he told the truth. I mean, JFK, Jr. and Carolyn, they lived in New York, so yeah, I'm sure they ran in the same circles. And Trump was more of a socialite than he was a real estate developer or whatever. He liked all the attention and the A-list celebrity dumb of it all. So I would not be surprised that he definitely, I'm sure, knew JFK Jr. and Carolyn. Yeah, he got them to rename the Palm Beach. Jesus. And with them, with it being Florida, of course they'll do it. Because he's been out here trying to name some bridge or whatever the case is in New Jersey and somebody he's not going to give um the funds for some repair, something that's supposed to be going on in Jersey, unless they can put his name on it. It was like, child, they ain't doing that. Chile isn't sticking to the rivers and the okay. It's like we're gonna be dealing with a lot of these references. She got screwed by Pebbles for not reading the fine print, and this is her. That's what I said. I'm like, first of all, sis, the reason you didn't even like you went bankrupt because y'all didn't read the fine print back in the day. You got robbed by Pebbles, allegedly. We'll say allegedly, even though we know the story. And L.A. Reid because he was married to her, and now you out here talking about I ain't read the fine print. The last thing I would tell somebody is I ain't read something because that's what got me in trouble back then. Well, TLC was screwed by not reading the fine print. Exactly. What's SHPO? And you said she donated to the scrub. Yeah, to say she's about she don't want no scrubs. I guess you do like the scrubs. Oh Lord. Okay, so now we got our last and final sorta coon that we're gonna talk about. So about Uncle Cannon. So apparently Nick Cannon let his politics be known and said that the Democrats are part of the KKK. I'm like, really? Because kind of remember history differently. But um let's get into this mess. I was like, hold on, where is the picture that I have of I got a lot of stuff in here. All right, take two in action. Because it took me a minute to find that one. Okay, so let's get into this Nick Cannon story. So Nick Cannon recently did an interview with, they called her a model. I'm like, model? Spreading your legs for Wiz Khalifa and that other man who's now dating Cher is not a model make. Oh, and Kanye. Forgot about him. I was like, what modeling she do? She was the one that was running that slut walk, which sounds about appropriate. So we'll talk about the slut Amber Hose. So we're gonna refer to her as that because that's what she is. But now all of a sudden, now her latest grip is being getting into politics and aligning herself with Donald Trump because she said something in that card talking about that white people should be allowed to say the N word, and you could tell the difference between the ER and the A. I'm like, really, sis? Because we know the history of that word and the connotation of white people using it. And white people, I'm gonna tell you this now: if you don't want to get the shit beat out of you, do not listen to this bald headed golf ball looking bitch. So if you don't want to get y'all ass beat, do not listen to her because she really asking to get her ass beat. She gonna walk up on the wrong sister because I want to hear you say that shit and walk out alive in whatever room you're in. So he has a show called Big Drive, which literally is like a ripoff of many of the shows we've seen over the years. RuPaul used to do a show. We would interview people in the car and drive them around. T.S. Madison had a show at one point and was doing that. So now he's the latest to do the same thing. And so now, after she said that Democrats don't care about people of color and the Republicans do. He said, I agree with you 100%. People don't know that the Democrats are part of the KKK. People don't know that the Republicans are the party that freed the slaves. I mean, both of you and I have some conservative views. You're just a little bit more outspoken than I am. And honestly, I don't subscribe to either party. I rock with W.E.B. Du Bois. And he said that there's no such thing as two parties. It's just one evil party with two different names. Okay, so now let's debunk this foolishness. Number one, he might be partially correct with the whole Republican thing. Because shout out to Variety, they posted. Here's the thing. Now there were factions of the Democratic Party that were responsible for the rise of the KKK right after the Civil War. So it wasn't the full part; it was factions of it. It's not widely believed that the entirety of the party endorsed the formation of the white supremacist group. He was partially right also about the history of the Republicans. Now, the party was founded in the early 50s by anti slavery activists. In 1861, Abraham Lincoln, a member of the Republican Party, signed the Emancipation Proclamation and freed all slaves living in non union states. However, it wasn't until the House of Representatives passed the 13th Amendment in 1865, which was later ratified by a state majority, that slavery was abolished in the United States. So we're going to tell it all. And then he said something about we got the Gulf of America. He's like the club. He's charging a 5 million bottle service fee to get into the country. First of all, I'm not listening to no ninja that basically you can't remember all the names of your damn kids, and you out here talking about you conservative when there's nothing conservative about having 12 kids with 6 different women. There's nothing conservative about that. But then again, of course, some people bring up Donald Trump, who's been married multiple times and has multiple children with multiple women and was a philanderer and a cheater. So y'all like to move the goalposts when it comes to what y'all define as conservatism. But if we're going to talk about the real definition of conservatism, Nick, you're not describing what that is. And I don't even think you understand politics. And this is what irritates me about these celebrities because y'all think because they rich, because they have a lot of money, whatever the case is, and that's what they care about. They're fiscal Republicans. And that's what I think that is what he is, a fiscal Republican. He likes that he lives in a different tax bracket where he feels like this is not whatever's happening in America is not affecting him right now because he got 8 damn jobs and he makes millions of dollars, hosting The Masked Singer and a bunch of other shows. But the question remains because I know some people is like, what are we canceling Nick for? First of all, there's nothing to cancel about. Like, his music was always trash. He was never a good actor. He couldn't hack it in Hollywood. So now he's resorting to, doing TV shows on corporate sponsored networks like Fox. So why wouldn't he think the way that he thinks? So now I guess he feels comfortable to say all the things that he's saying. But you have to realize this shit is all temporary. Everything that's what's going on now, yeah, we're gonna feel the long ramifications down the road once the next president comes in, if we get one, to have to clean up this mess that has been left by this administration. But you got to realize that once you put yourself out here in this stuff and you let people know where you stand and what you believe, people don't forget. Well, then again, I don't know. I don't want to give y'all too much grace because a lot of y'all got the brains of a damn flea. So y'all not going, y'all be like, oh, y'all done forgot. And tomorrow's the next big controversy comes. Y'all done forgot what Nick said, is where I come in to remind y'all of what it is that he was saying and throwing people under black people under the bus and all this other stuff. So it's like if you're gonna tell history, at least know what the hell you talking about. Cause and nobody, I don't know, y'all gonna drag him like when he said what he said about the Jews and was damn near canceled because of that. I want to see y'all have that same energy. So um we had two morons in a car together saying what they said, but at least now we know where you stand. I wonder how Mariah feels about all this foolishness. But before we get up off of this, because Nick's an idiot. I always felt he was an idiot. He's a cornball. He tries so hard to be like this big alpha male. He definitely gives beta energy. I want to give a shout out to Conscious Lee, who I follow on social media. I like a lot of his videos. And he basically gave a great point in regards to this whole Nick Cannon, Amber Hose situation. So we're going to play what he had to say, and then we're going to come back and we're going to talk. Please hold.
Like, Trump has always been known, like, before people was hating on him, like, he would be at all the events with, like, Russell Simmons and all the black parties. Yeah. Like, he fuck with black women, like,
yeah, black girlfriend.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Publicly.
Like Trump has always been. That nigga was on the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Yep. He didn't have to do that.
But when he got political, that's when, people start putting the racist jacket on.
That's all propaganda.
I honestly don't think he's racist. I think he's Trumpist.
Here's the thing. If Trump was racist, right? Let's say he was pandering just to get the vote.
Yeah.
Right? Why is he still doing shit for black people right now? He could have been like, yo, fuck y'all. I got your vote. I don't give a fuck about y'all. I'm already in office. I can't run another 4 years. I already did 4 years.
I think it's real dumb.
First of all, he's talking about, they're already talking Trump 2028. He's talking about he's not leaving the White House. He's already, did y'all see that outline, the print, what is it, the blueprint of what he's doing to the East Wing? That shit looks a mess. That was the recent thing that I just saw on Instagram earlier. I think it's on Here's Why with Kevin's Instagram. Showed like a whole blueprint of what he's trying to do for that ballroom. Looks horrible because he has no taste whatsoever. And I need you to see, this would have been a great follow-up. Name one thing he's done for black people. She ain't gonna be able to name it, and Nick is not gonna be able to do it either. But anyway, I just want to put that in, and then we can get back to the clip.
Oh, the lady he made the pardons on.
Yes.
The entire car ride with Nick Cannon and Amber Rose is an embodiment of thinking deeply about shallow shit and then drowning in your own understanding. The entire car ride. And I know you thought you was hella clever and that you really ate when you said he's not a racist, he's a Trump. But let me ask you this though. Since when did being a racist mean you can't love black culture but hate black people? Since when? I would even argue that racism is the literal commodification of black culture and how you separate it from black humanity. But let's talk policy though. Here's a report that say black women were disproportionately sidelined in his 1 year of his second term. The first year, he dated black women. Listen, bro, I know what it means to fight for your life because you're trying to prove you date black women, but that's not the way you do it, right? Listen, according to this report, black women lost a net total of 113,000 jobs between January and December. Facts of my feelings. It's not how I feel. This is the first year he was in office. At the height of the summer vitality, black women were accounting for 54.7% of all female job loss, despite making up only 14% of the female workforce. And listen, when I say thinking deeply about shallow shit, I'm talking about how y'all logic is the same thing as these folks y'all supporting. Now listen, they say DEI stands for didn't earn it, meaning everybody that's in these positions, they are products of diversity, equity, and inclusion. But see, the numbers show that white women were the ones that benefited the most from DEI. But you see the numbers right there? Who lost the most when he got to go after DEI? Black women. Let's talk more policy though. Did y'all know that since he's been in office, he wants to dismantle public education? Do you know how black people will be disproportionately impacted when this happened? How is this happening right now? I'm seeing multiple reports. Public education under threat. 4 administration actions to watch. And this was last year.
4 years. I already did 4 years.
I think it's real dope the lady he made the pardons on.
Yes.
Okay, so I just basically want to play that for you. I'm gonna read his comments in a second, but when I was looking for going to Consciously page, because I had to do it on my phone, apparently, like when you try to scroll on the regular internet, like computer, the thing doesn't come up. But I came across this post because apparently Uncle Luke, y'all know Uncle Luke, basically he went in and let have on Chilli and Nick Cannon over their support for Trump. So let's read what he had to say. He said, "Let the adults in the room speak. To Nick Cannon and Chilli, I say this with love, but also with truth. What y'all are saying right now, in my opinion, is dead wrong. Now, let me be clear. I'm the one who fought all the way to the Supreme Court for free speech. So I respect your right to say whatever you want. That's a fact. But this hits different because the same black people you're turning your backs on, the same black women you're dismissing, those are the same people who built you. They buy your tickets, they watch your shows, they support your careers. Lest we forget. And now you're aligning with a man, Donald Trump, who has openly disrespected black women, including Michelle Obama and countless other accomplished black women. Remember, he reposted that picture of Michelle as an aide. I think it was Barack and Michelle. Let's talk facts. Our people depend on the Department of Education. Our people depend on HUD. Our people depend on opportunity, not having their achievements dismissed as DEI. The same man has tried to erase Black history, limited what our children can learn, praised and pardoned officers involved in killing unarmed Black men. So don't act like this is just politics. This is personal. Nick, you were right about one thing. Yes, a Republican president signed the law freeing enslaved Africans. That's history. But you left out everything that happened after that. You left out where today MAGA's movement stands. And that's what I was going to say. Yeah, we can talk about Republicans back in the day. You talk about the 1800s, a time your Black ass didn't live in. But let's talk about 2026. Where are Black people in this current administration? How are they thriving? How are they succeeding? Unless you tap dancing for the man and kissing his ass. So we ain't talking about the past. We talking about now. And what does that mean for Black people in the future? But okay, so he said you left out where today's MAGA movement stands. You left out who has consistently fought for civil rights, voting rights, and opportunity. It was left up to them. Right now, they take us backwards, not forward. If it was left up to the I read it because it's scrolling to the next thing. And let's be real, if they truly cared about Black people, about foundational Black Americans, descendants of slaves, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. We'd be talking about reparations, which they won't give us, but y'all got plenty of money to give to these damn Zionists in regards to Israel and all that shit. Don't even get me started on that mess. Now, and when I talk about Jews, I'm Jewish people. I'm not incorporating all, because you always got to reiterate that before people call you anti-Semitic. We're talking about Zionists. There's a difference. We be talking about reparations. So I'm not coming at y'all with hate. I'm coming at you with responsibility and a little education. I put the "and" little education in there. Because influence comes with accountability. And right now, y'all are on the wrong side of this one. And people keep asking me why I'm running for Congress. This is exactly, I didn't know Uncle Luke was running for Congress. Where have I been? This is exactly why. Try to stand up, to speak out, to fight for our people when others won't. And so, yeah, when you got other morons that's out here who are just using politics as a way for clout or attention, whatever the case is, we have somebody who's actually using it the right way. Uncle Luke is running because he wants to make a difference. And that's what I feel like if you're going to be a celebrity and jumping in these situations, that's because I know there's people that say, like, do people really be out here listening to celebrities and be? Yes, they do. Because if that was the case, even though Kamala lost, she had all the big A-list celebrities up there trying to help her win the situation. And then when it comes down to Donald Trump, you got all the washed up people. You got the Scott Bales, the Kevin Sorbos, the Scott, what's his name? Josh Dumel recently telling celebrities not to talk about. I said, okay, and you went on you did an interview with Megyn Kelly saying that. We already know where you stand, sir. Dennis Quaid. You got all these washed up celebrities. The last time Dennis Quaid was in a movie was straight to Netflix. That movie with Alan Ritson. What was it called? War Machine. That was the last movie I've seen Dennis Quaid in. So yeah, I'm like, at this point, well, some people said that Nick's still out here trying to find himself, but I don't think at this point, after I read that, I feel like Uncle Luke said a word. We could just leave it there. We don't even need to finish the conversation in regards to like reading all the conscious leak comments. I feel like y'all got the gist. So I say all this to say, What do you guys think of the latest on this story regarding Nick Cannon out here tap dancing and sounding dumb as hell? This is why I said, like, when it comes to y'all, regardless of whatever your status is, when you're on social media, you have a responsibility to at least, if people are watching what your videos, whatever the case is, to really do the work and have the education and the due diligence to educate your people on stuff. You can't be out here just willing, oh yeah, the Republicans freed the slaves, period. What? Okay, Abraham Lincoln, singular, president, Republican, freed the slaves, Emancipation Proclamation, all of that stuff. Wasn't a collective of Republicans. So if you're going to tell the story, tell it correctly, sir. Maybe you need to take that goddamn Punjab, rap, that little Erica Badu rap off your head, because that shit is wrapped too tight and it's fucking with your brain. So I say all this to say, whatever your thoughts are on this story, and I'm sure it's a lot. Politics can be a heavy, polarizing, divisive thing, but I feel like these are the conversations we need to have if we're going to move forward in trying to make this country better. Acknowledge the issues and the flaws and everything that we had in the past. Let's come to terms with it. Let's put it behind us and move forward and try to be better as people instead of with this continuous infighting and negativity. So I say all this to say, don't listen to them idiots. Have some kind of damn sense. Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Philip said, hi, y'all. I'm glad you do. Somebody got to, because Melania don't. He said, no, we're not going to forget what Nick said. I hope y'all don't. Keep y'all foot firmly on his neck. He made fools of the ones that voted for him. Absolutely. And he even ripped off his own voters with that meme, that fake ass meme coin. He robs his own damn supporters. And y'all still in the cult. I don't get it. I guess your mamas didn't tell y'all she loved y'all enough. You said Nick is crazy and is. You said Trump's father, absolutely, his father was a racist. Where you think he learned the shit from? Wasn't, racism is homegrown. It's not something you're born with. So now let's talk about Trump's bestie. Let's talk about Tiger Woods. Well, according to him, he said that they good friends. And he is dating a Trump. Damn, we can't get off this man today. There's a lot of topics surrounded or affiliated with Donald Trump. I will vote. Anyway, so Tiger Woods got arrested again because he can't seem to just drink his liquor at home. He got to get behind the wheel. And now this time he done flipped the vehicle that he was in. And now we know, I don't know what side cracked, because he never acknowledged he was black. He said he Caucasian. So the black is in there somewhere, but the liquor, yeah, definitely. Maybe that's his Asian side that we seeing, or the Caucasian side. I don't know, but something done crack. But when you ain't admit that you black, that's why you look like that. You need some moisturizer up in there. So, because them bags are bagging. I think those bags is bigger than the golf club bags that you be carrying, or your caddy be carrying around. Anyway, so his latest DUI arrest reportedly has his friends wondering when he's going to get real and start acting his age. So now the professional golfer who's 50 years old, was arrested and points for, you can tell me where I got that from, was arrested and charged with DUI with property damage, as well as refusal to submit to a lawful test. But we pulled the Justin Timberlake. Remember Justin didn't want to take that test? He did the other ones. Genuine for shit. He did the lift the leg and the 1/1000 and all the other stuff. The minute that breathalyzer came in close proximity, I ain't doing that. And that was Tiger. That was Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods said he wasn't doing it. Anyway, so he said that they said he needs to get real and expresses worry over his behavior, particularly as it pertains to his relationship with girlfriend Vanessa Trump. They are an intense couple, the insider tells people exclusively of the pair, who have been dating for more than a year. It's serious, adds the source, but Tiger has yet to look in the mirror and say, you're 50 years old and need to act like it. First of all, what is a 50-year-old supposed to act like? If he's still feeling youthful or whatever, then that's fine. The problem is, you need to be a little more mature about stuff. And I'm saying responsible in a way of, if you're going to drink, common sense tell you not to get behind a damn wheel and possibly put yourself and others in danger. Same thing I'm saying about Justin Timberlake, who's nowhere near 50. Justin, like, what, 43, 44? Out here drinking and driving. And yeah, Britney, 42, doing the same damn thing. And I'm sitting there like, y'all got all this money. Well, more money than I'll ever see in a lifetime, and that's fine. I would want to deal with that kind of, wouldn't want to have that kind of money in my situation, because a lot of y'all out here with all this money and miserable as hell. So you could have hired a driver. You could have done all those things, but you decided, oh, I'm going to get behind the wheel and be irresponsible. And you too old for that. So I just think, like, just be responsible at your big age is what I think people are acting. The whole thing, you're 50, act it. If you still, I mean, there's a lot of older people out here that's still being, if you live a youthful life, but they being responsible, we're not talking about y'all. We talking about these people out here like Tiger, who is clearly going through a midlife crisis. I think maybe that's the way y'all should kind of position it. They say he is enabled by people making money off his talent and reputation, but with his injuries and age, he is frustrated and depressed about his state of health. Oh, because word on the street is he be mixing his liquor with prescription medication. So he got a little prescription issue. And I'm like, you injured from golfing? I guess all that swinging, it do take its toll on your spine after a while. He wants to play in major tournaments like the Masters, but he needs to get real. Sir, you're old. I guess what they say, that's kind of like Tom Brady coming to, having a hard time realizing that, sir, you are in your mid 40s. Maybe you need to kind of retire from the football. So and then they said once he does that, he should be better off because people do like Tiger. He is a good person. The insider says that two people, that the five-time Masters champ has never really gotten over the death of his father, Earl, nearly 2 decades ago. It said Tiger needs to get a grip on his limitations and make arrangements for them. His peace of mind has run amok over golf and his pain. That's also that a lot of times athletes don't realize that a lot of this that they get in is temporary. Maybe they kind of just trick their mind into not believing that or understanding that. So they'll remove themselves from that situation. And I think a lot of times they don't realize, like, yeah, once you hit that age, it's like, fuck. Now I got to come to terms with the situation that I've been avoiding over the years. And so with the prescription medications that y'all doing and mixing that with the liquor and that takes its toll on your body. And the self-medication is also not helping. Plus, when you're dealing with trauma in your life, like your father passing away, who's probably a big opponent in getting you to where you are today, the Tiger Woods golf superstar, all that plays a factor. So the story also goes on to say, should Woods, who recently returned to pro golf after a year due to his multiple injuries, into the Masters tournament. However, Trump, who's 48, would support his decision. That's what a different source told people. Now, Woods is a very private person and hates when his life is in the headlines. Another source adds to the pro golfer, he despises public scrutiny. But then why would you put yourself in a position where you're scrutinized by the public? I don't get it. I'm a private person. I'm not somebody who likes all the drama, but you created a situation and put yourself in a situation that causes the scrutiny. Make that make sense. So they said he's not a social butterfly. Well, he definitely gives me like he's socially awkward and prefers to hang around his home with his kids or hitting balls or playing video games, says the same source. Wood shares 2 teenage children, daughter Sam, who's 18, and son Charlie, who's 17, with ex-wife Eileen Nordgren. Or Elin. I forgot that was her name. Elin Nordgren. Child, I remember that the messiness of that relationship from the tabloids. Now, a rep for Woods did not immediately respond to people's requests for comment. Now, the March 27th crash that led to Woods' DUI arrest involved the athlete's Land Rover, as you can see in the picture on the right, and a pressure cleaning truck that was pulling a small trailer. Martin County Sheriff John M. Budensick previously said in a press conference. Did he get hair plugs? Because I could have sworn that Tiger Woods had a receding hair. Oh, child, them eyes is bloodshot red. And now I'm looking at the full picture. And I'm like, I think he got hair plugs. But I'm like, sir, you should have got a better piece to put up there. Now, the police chief confirmed that Woods did inhabit signs of impairment, but added that authorities were not suspicious of alcohol being involved in the case. And that proved to be true at the jail, where he blew triple zeros on the breathalyzer. After bonding out, Woods was released. Well, then what was he on then? Might have been prescription drugs. From Woods was released from custody as Martin County Jail the same day. His mugshot was released shortly after his arrest. Woods was previously involved in 2 other car accidents. He sustained serious injuries in a 2021 crash in LA that required surgery, and also involved in a separate incident in 2009, also near his Florida residence. So this is the 3rd DUI. Sir, seriously, get it together. What are you doing? Um, I just don't understand, like, you would think that once would be enough. Are you literally trying to take your own life? Like, what's the situation? Why are you putting yourself in these crazy situations? So hopefully he gets the help that he needs. Hopefully he has enough people in his life that are gonna pull him together. Maybe his kids need to kind of talk to their father, be like, I need you to get help. Go to rehab, figure out what's going on with you, come to terms. You need to come to grips with a lot of things. If you still haven't gotten over the death of your father, you need to figure out how to make that work. I know this is tough love, but it is what it is. Also, whatever issues you got going on, pain issues, whatever the case is, you have the money, you have the resources, you have the wherewithal for the rehab and to get yourself mentally and physically together. So hopefully he does get himself together before you end up 6 feet under, which would be the worst thing, because then there you got teenage kids without a dad. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Tiger Woods out here being a hot mess when he could just get himself a driver, or could have called the Uber if he need to go from point A to point B without putting the lives of himself and other people on the road in danger? So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. They are both seriously gone. No surprise, Amber Rose had a sex toy company use her name on a product when that company, Lilo, is as bougie as you can get, such as not calling a cock. Not a cock. What? They don't like using the word cock ring. That's what it is. Tiger Woods needs his keys taken. Absolutely. So I don't understand how someone could be over 50 and do crazy shit with their liver. Okay? Because look, even then, I can't even, like, I'm not even nowhere near 50. As somebody who's in their 40s, 2 days before Beyonce, my birthday, um, when I can't even drink like that no more. I can't even eat hot foods. The other day, and this is what I hated, like, I was dying at work. This might be TMI, but whatever. I had I was eating a lot of hot foods or whatever, and then I had like chocolate, and then I drank, I don't know what it was. I think I was tired, so I needed like a soda to wake me up. My stomach was going through it, literally like somersaults and the heat. Like, I can't even eat hot foods like I used to anymore. So when your body is starting to reject the things that you were able to eat and get away with when you were younger, as you get older, I can't even drink alcohol like this. I don't even drink alcohol. Like, I'll stick to beer, and beer now puts me to sleep. So, um, yeah, alcohol break, and I guess when you're part Asian, say I understand because I am part Asian. Um, when you like, you can't break, your body doesn't break down the things like they normally would for, I guess, other people. So yeah, he should not be out here doing stuff with his that's gonna mess up his liver. Allegedly. He also needs to stop cheating. He ain't no type of child. Now look, I don't know if he'd be stupid enough to cheat on a Trump. He said, "Look at that turnover car." I was thinking one would see all of their biggest mistakes flash before their eyes. If that does happen, then the sad part is that this is not the first time. It's not, like I said, it's the 3rd time that this has happened. So I guess he's used to it. Another black Trump supporter down. Tiger Woods look like he's 70. Yeah, he definitely looks terrible. It's like, you should not be looking at that at 50. I used to love that show, Shameless. He might have Trump supporter blues. Those are stitches on his head. But they stitches, I don't know. I was like, those, I thought those were the hair plugs. Because I was like, I've seen people with thicker hair. in the plugation situation. Yeah, there was definitely some mountains, allegedly. He said that's vodka and booger sugar. You know, we don't say the other word because of YouTube algorithms. So this is a heavy show today. Celebrities out here being messy. Okay, let's get into this story. Let's go about FKA Twigs, who is reigniting her SA lawsuit with Shia LaBeouf. Because I know Shia LaBeouf out here being messy. He out here getting in fights with people. There was a recent one where he was in his underwear in a hotel and getting in a argument with somebody. Then he was in Italy arguing. I was like, what is wrong with this boy? Like, he's literally having a mental breakdown. And unfortunately, there is literally no one out there to help get him together. He's just going through it and just, you know, what I always say, punch in the air, whatever his little rants he's on. So the British musician, well, FKA Twigs, I should say, has filed a new lawsuit against her ex-boyfriend Shia LaBeouf, alleging he is trying to enforce an unlawful non-disclosure agreement (NDA) to silence her. Now, the British musician, born Talia Debrett Barnett, who's 38, officially settled her sexual battery lawsuit against actor LaBeouf, 39, in July of 2025, following a protracted 5-year court battle. Excuse me. The lawsuit filed in 2020 sought 10 million in damages and alleged sexual battery, assault, and emotional distress during the couple's relationship. LaBeouf denied those claims. Well, look, he could deny it all he wanted, but we've heard some of the audio. Remember when that whole situation came out with him in New Orleans during Mardi Gras, and he was getting into it with the people claiming that these gay men touched him inappropriately, and then he was fighting them or whatever the case was, which I called bullshit on. And then there was the situation with one of his, I don't know if it was current or ex-girlfriend or girl he was dating while he was separated from his wife, Mia Goth. She posted some video, some audio of her and him going at it, and she posted it all over social media. We played it on here. He has a reputation of being quite a character when it comes to his relationships, very hostile towards a lot of the women he's been in relationships with. So we've heard the evidence, and we've been hearing multiple women saying that you've been a nuisance towards them, kind of side-eyeing you saying you denying it, because now I'm starting to buy it. I don't think that FKA Twigs has a reason to make up that you were abusive to her in your relationship. I mean, whenever she writes her relationship songs or her song, I mean, whenever she talks about, you know, going through stuff in her relationships, she puts it in the form of music. In a lot of her songs, actually. So they said that now Twigs, who was represented by Matthew Rosengart, that name sounds familiar. I'm trying to remember who he's represented in the past, claims LaBeouf has taken on the same aggressive stance in litigation that he displayed during their toxic relationship. Shia LaBeouf has tried to control Talia Barnett for the better part of a decade. Lawyers for FKA Twigs, using her real name, said in legal docs obtained and reviewed by the Daily Mail. Twigs said that she was responding with litigation against LaBeouf after he made a secret arbitration demand last year, trying to get an exorbitant sum of money as punishment over what he called a breach of a past arrangement. LaBeouf in December demanded money after he said Twigs breached a settlement they reached 5 years earlier, following an interview she gave to the Hollywood Reporter last fall. The Daily Mail has reached out to the attorneys, excuse me, for both parties for further comment on the story and has yet to hear back. Now, Twiggs said in legal docs that she is suing to right a wrong and also on behalf of other women who are the victims of sexual and DV, you know, you got to use certain words, who do not have the resources to speak out and defend themselves from predators. Twiggs said that in so doing, she seeks to ensure that survivors of S-word misconduct are not themselves bullied or silenced like she was by agreements that violate California law and public policy. The remarks above complain about come after the publication asked Twigs if she felt safe in the wake of past abuses she suffered. She said, I wouldn't say I feel safe. I feel really passionate about being involved with organizations such as Sister Space and No More to help survivors in any way that I can. I think it's less about me at this point and more about looking forward, just, moving on with my life. Now, Rosengart told the Daily Mail in a statement that the legal action was taken in response to Mr. LaBeouf's attempt to bully and intimidate FKA Twigs through a frivolous and unlawful secret arbitration he filed against her in December, in which he sought to extract money from her. Because he probably feels like, oh, I shouldn't have to be out here paying her this money because he is who he is, when he's shown countless times that he is very dark-sided in a lot of whatever he's got going on. I know he's talking about how he suffered abuse at the hands of his father, whatever the case is, and I understand your childhood traumas, but at certain points, we got to be grown, because you're pushing 40, sir. We got to put our grown man pants on, and we have to deal with a lot of the demons from our past. We can't let the demons of our past dictate who we are today and our future. But you still clearly, from what we've seen on social media with these constant reports over the past month and some change, that you're still going through some stuff. So it's hard for us to believe that, whatever, that FKA Twigs is making up a whole bunch of stuff about you. So they said, we are pleased to have obtained the dismissal of that case early this month, and to her great credit, and on behalf of other survivors as well, Twigs refuses to be bullied anymore. Now, Rosengart concluded that it's unusual that the case that is not about money, but about uploading and enforcing California's law and policy designed to protect survivors by nullifying illegal NDAs. Well, you shouldn't be able to. I feel like with any kind of situation, you should not be able to. If someone has abused you, whatever the case was, you should not have to sign anything to be silenced over what had happened to you. Victims should be able to speak out on whatever travesties have happened in their life, or at the hands of a sibling, a parent, or a lover. So they said in the legal documents that this campaign of intimidation and abuse of the legal system denigrates not just FKA Twigs, but every survivor of sexual abuse in California. Now, Twigs initially accused the actor of subjecting her to a continuous stream of verbal and mental abuse, hence what I was telling you all the videos that I've seen in the past. I believe it. During their time dating from 2018 until early 2019 in her initial 2020 lawsuit. After Twigs filed her legal complaint in 2020, LaBeouf acknowledged to the New York Times a history of hurting the people closest to him. He said, I'm not in any position to tell anyone how my behavior made them feel. I have no excuses for my alcoholism or aggression, only rationalizations. And he's still abusing alcohol. And when we've seen when he drinks, he does become aggressive. We've seen the videos. He said, I have been abused myself and everyone, I've been abusive, to myself and everyone around me for years. I'm ashamed of that history and I'm sorry to those I've hurt. Meanwhile, that history keeps repeating itself. Now, meanwhile, LaBeouf is embroiled in further legal turmoil. He was arrested in New Orleans on February 17th on 2 counts of misdemeanor battery after allegedly getting into a bar fight. Well, it wasn't alleged. We saw the videos. Why do I keep having to bring up video evidence in this story? He was then arrested later in February on a misdemeanor simple battery charge, which is reportedly related to the same incident. Now, they said the Transformer star arrest could have potentially scuttled his plans earlier this month to travel to Rome, where his father, Jeffrey, was being baptized, but LaBeouf was granted permission to travel to Italy by a judge. And he went over to Italy and was being a nuisance there. We've seen the videos. Be bringing up more videos in regards to this story. So that's the latest on this story. I will definitely keep you abreast of it as it develops. And Miss Twigs, Talia, do your thing. I'm a fan of her. I like her music. I just told you I worked her show. It was a great show. The one that was at Madison Square Garden. She definitely puts on a great show. She's a talented girl. Great songs, great performances, all of that stuff. I didn't even know the voguing section of that tour was specific. I mean, of the show was specifically only happened at the New York show because she brought out a lot of the ballroom kids from New York to do like a little segment. I thought it was the whole tour, but apparently it was just that one night situation. But yeah, she definitely gives a good show. She's a talented girl, and it's unfortunate when good talented people get put through the ringer by crazy ass abusive people. And it's sad because Shia LaBeouf is such an amazing talent. He's a good actor, and it's just he's wasting a lot of his potential on letting his demons get the best of him. So hopefully, like we mentioned about Tiger Woods earlier, y'all little demons that y'all out here fighting, hopefully you get a better reign of them, get a better, greater hold of them, and you just figure out how to get your shit together. Just get your shit together is basically what I'm just going to say on that. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. We got another person from South Africa. Shout out to y'all out there. We got a lot of South, there's another art person that we have that we get some South Africans over here. Look, we worldwide up in this piece. Oh, you saying that was, oh yeah, that's why I was like, I know that name sounded familiar. Thank you. So it was Brittany's lawyer. I believe Twigs. I think Usexual was taking her power back. So I haven't even thought about it that way. Because it's the word that she made up, but it's like, yeah, it definitely feels like that was her trying to take the power back from, her sexuality and things. I'm not talking about sexualizing like who's, just that power in, because there is power in sex. So I could definitely see her taking that, like a lot of the stuff that she went through, just taking that power back is about self-empowerment and all that other stuff. You definitely feel it through the music. So I could totally believe that. She has a bonus song off that album called The 11 about spiritual healing with art and being in love with yourself. Absolutely. He said Shia is a mess. Beyond a mess. Child, let's get into this mess. Speaking of messes, let's talk about what happened at this Gunna show at the O2 Arena in the UK. So, the fuck is going on in London? Because the men out there are carrying. Now, I did work a Gunna show at Madison Square Garden. The next time he come, I am calling out. I ain't working with because y'all were doing the most. I'm talking about his fans. Y'all were getting on my last good nerve. But nevertheless, let's get into this story because they even being messier over across the pond. So a man has been arrested after alleged SA at rapper Gunna's concert at the O2 Arena. According to the victim, who's in her 20s, during Gunna's set on March 25th, a 26-year-old man came up behind her, pulled out his member, and skeeted on her leg. I had to change the words because that ain't what they said. Recalling the alleged incident she shared, I felt a white substance on me and even saw his member, that ain't the word she used, poking out. He had no remorse in his eyes. I spent the whole night crying and in disgust. Probably because he was so damn horny. And with somebody, and I'm not making an excuse, I'm just saying, because a lot of you men, y'all be so horny, whatever y'all be on, and y'all be dead behind the damn eyes and just need to get that release. But that still don't excuse the fact that y'all running up in situations, running up behind girls that y'all find attractive, because a lot of you men of this generation, Gen Zers or whatever, don't have the bandwidth or the words to actually ask a girl out without being rejected, which is part of life. Rejection is a part of life. Also, according to Madonna, rejection is the greatest aphrodisiac. So, that was the first forbidden love that she wrote that lyric in. But so yeah, a lot of y'all don't know how to approach girls and stuff. So you thinking, oh, let me pull my member out and play with my pee and skeet on some girl. That's disgusting. So they said once she realized what allegedly happened, the woman alerted security, and a video shared online shows the individual being escorted out. Shockingly, before the man was found, he apparently went to the bathroom and changed his clothes in an attempt to hide. In a follow-up, okay, so that was premeditated because I'm like, who walks around with a change of clothes? You was on a mission. You went to that place, was looking for some girl that you could bust your nut on, and went in the bathroom and changed. Like, who walks around with a change of clothes at a concert? Unless you a girl that you're gonna be dancing all night and you walk in like your heels, whatever the case is, like now I'm gonna bring a bag and keep some slippers in because these things is hurting my feet. I'm walking like Oda Mae Brown when she wore them heels when she had to go get rid of that $4 billion check. Remember the way she was walking in them shoes? That's how a lot of y'all women be walking when y'all be out there all night in them heels that you shouldn't be putting them ham hocks called feet in. Now, if it was that situation, I can understand you bringing a change or whatever, or you need to bring extra clothes because you weren't supposed to leave that house with that outfit on, and you don't want to go back up in the house with your titties hanging out and your ass hanging out, because that was how a lot of y'all was dressing at that Cardi B concert that I worked. So I totally understand if y'all coming in doing it in that way, but as a man, why are you walking around with a change of clothes? That was premeditated. So yeah, they said shockingly, before the man was found, he apparently, oh yeah, like I said, he changed his clothing and attempted to hide. Now, in a follow-up post, she thanked those who showed support, adding that the man was taken in by Metropolitan Police for questioning. Oh, those were the same police that went and was supposed to be solving that case of that drag performer that was unalive while they was out in London, and we still haven't heard about what happened with that case. That apparently a couple of men came up in the apartment. Probably she was getting some, and they went and unalived them. Because you know how a lot of these kids be out here doing. But anyway, several people online came to her defense, including Wale, who wrote on Twitter, that deviant at Gunna's show last night, a different type of animal. Another person added, you go concert with a change of clothes to SA people. Lock that guy up. At this time, it's unclear what, if any, legal repercussions the man will face. Let me see if there was any more to add it, because I know shout out to the Jasmine brand, because they actually had, I think they had a picture of the guy. Let me see if I could pull that up for y'all to see. Because he on the right. I think that's him. Hold on. I don't know if y'all can see it. It's him right here. You ain't getting no, like, looking at this guy, you definitely ain't getting no pussy. But I think that's him here, and this her here. The girl is pretty. Pretty chick. I can definitely see, like, somebody that likes you ain't getting with the likes of her. So you got to resort to busting nuts on somebody's skin in order to, Um, somebody wrote in the comments, oh, what was that? Lesbians. That's their name. They said, bring back Stonin has me in tears, but it's the only way. Somebody said, not all men, but there's always a man. Okay. Another person said, I'm sorry, but that's the day I would have been fighting them. The lack of self-control in our time is at an all-time high. Exactly, because the current administration, y'all out here voting for convicted felons and rapists to be president. A lot of people feel like, even though this is in the UK, and a lot of them are trying to take a lot of the MAGA stuff, and it is kind of creeping over into the UK. I know I have British friends, I got UK fans that watch this show. We worldwide. I keep telling y'all, we got people in here from South Africa in the comments. Commenting and stuff. So we're not just in the United States. I go beyond the United States. I cross the pond too with this mouth. And there's been a lot of that MAGA Trumpian type of vibe, attitude, and stuff that's trickled into other parts of the world. So yeah, there's a lot of these guys out here that are just, you can't just run up on somebody and just pull your dick out and start beating your meat and finishing on somebody without, like, what is wrong with y'all? They said one person said blaming men won't solve the issue. What are men supposed to do about that? If anyone touches him, then there goes his life. Are y'all gonna pay for his attorney? Y'all gonna post his bail? Y'all gonna make sure he still has a, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, why am I reading this shit? They said there are men that will put hands on him. I just know I'm not one of them. I don't know that chick. It sucks, but that's how. Okay, why does it sound like you just making an excuse for him? How about we're just about blaming men? No, we're not blaming men. Well, maybe there's some in here that y'all are being you're generalizing men. We're blaming that man. Not all men go around being inappropriate. I don't be running up on people and pulling my dick out, rubbing it on people's ass. Although that has happened to me at the club, and I had to step to somebody for doing that. Not the skeeting, but I've had, like, there was this guy at a club one time, and he was just assuming, I guess, the ones that he was attracted to was bottoms, and like constantly rubbing up this dick on people. I'm like, what are you doing? At first, I was trying to move away and being like, okay, like, get the hint, but you kept following me and doing this shit. So then I had to, like, okay, now I'm about to beat your ass. I need you to go over there and get away from me. Because now I'm going to have to fuck you up and I'm going to get kicked out this club. And this happened at the Monster in the West Village. So, and he wasn't cute either. Not saying that matters, because it's like, At least buy me dinner first if you're gonna try to rub your meat up against my ass. You know, the pizza shop is up the block. I'm not saying you got to take me to the Chateau Marmont or we got to go, you know, to the most expensive place where it was like, okay, we drinking, we could just go get some pizza first. At least if I was attracted to you. So, um, not all men is like this, but we got to be careful. Like, it's like girls go with. I mean, I don't know if she was there alone. I don't know if she was with her friends, but it doesn't matter. At the whole point, y'all shouldn't be run up on girls in the first place doing inappropriate stuff with people you don't know. So it shouldn't matter whether or not she came with a group of friends, if she was there by herself or whatever the case is. You men need to learn some damn self-control. How about that? So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story, this crazy story that happened at the Gunna concert at the O2 in the UK? And people out here wilding. Y'all gotta be just in the future, be vigilant, be whatever. And then we have crazy stuff that happens at MSG during concerts. Nothing is crazy, but we got a great team of security. We got a great team of people that work there. Where something happened, we spring the action, and your ass will get locked up in a New York minute. So don't try it over here. What y'all doing over there? Because you will get dealt with accordingly. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. So let me close that up. And do. Sure do. And he said, incels spotted in the wild. There was a similar incident at a L. And that's what it is too. A lot of them, like, I don't, and that's another thing too. The crazy part about a lot of these concerts, certain ones, people like the rock concerts, they'll spark up. Don't even get me started on a Fish concert. Lord knows they always got to tell us every time. Don't take people offer you can't. Don't take it. You don't know what kind of psychedelics they got up in that shit. So we know the Fish concert. If you want to give me money, I'm like, okay. If you want to tip me or whatever, I'll take that. Like the other day, I worked a Rangers concert and I got tipped. I mean, Rangers game, and I got tipped $100. So I was happy about that. That was the biggest tip I've ever gotten because normally I get like 20s or I remember one guy tipped me like $40, but that was the most I've ever gotten as a tip was $100. I was appreciative. He wasn't getting it back, but no one's ever asked me for a tip back. That would be crazy if somebody did that. But yeah. So it's like some of the rock concerts you got to worry about. Some of the like there's certain concerts we got to worry. Like we already know Harry Styles, we ain't got to worry about people getting high. A Kylie Minogue concert, a Madonna concert. I mean, there might be maybe one or two people that might spark up. Lady Gaga, you ain't got to worry about people sparking up and doing drugs. Everybody just be up in there drinking or whatever the case is, or maybe they get high before they come in, or maybe they'll vape. But for the most part, like with the electronic ones. But other than that, you ain't smelling no weed at no Gaga concert. But it's always the hip hop concerts you got to worry about, or some of the rock concerts you got to worry about the possibility of people doing all kinds of crazy drugs or whatever. So the guy probably was on something like you mentioned at the Corn concert. And the male lonely, yeah, and that's what it said. There is an epidemic out here that a lot of young men are just lonely. They don't know how to approach girls. They don't know how to, you know, interact or try to get a date or whatever the case is. I don't know. It's an epidemic out here in these streets. These boys don't know how to act around women. Well, he ended up going to jail, which I guess is better than getting your ass beat. He said, "This is why my." That's why my ass. Well, look, I work in the live entertainment industry, so I don't have the luxury of staying home. He said, "Damn, you drag Chilli Beans. You remember when she had those mall-like bags called?" I do not. Maybe that's a good. Maybe that's a good look. I like the fact that people have been like, I missed some stuff. Let me rewind back the show and catch up on what I missed. I'm glad I'm keeping y'all entertained. There's a lot of eyes in this room. So shout out to all y'all that's sticking around. At least I'm not boring y'all. Can you imagine? It's like, oh, he's whack. Let me just drop the numbers. But anyway, so yeah. No, I don't remember the whole I didn't know Chilli had a bag line. That's news to me. You tell them, look, you learn something new every day. He said he's like Nick Cannon. They got more sperm. Okay? And that's what's like, child, memorize all your kids' names, your dozen kid names, before you want to come out here telling people about politics or history regarding black people and slaves. Because you sound like one. Except Shia doesn't have a small town of kids. Like, he don't have any kids. Wait, no, that's not true. He has one with Mia Goth. Imagine working as a security guard during. Well, they was outside, so. But then again, they probably got hit with the mud and all that other stuff. But I'm like, yeah, they was outside, so maybe they weren't as affected. Indoors is what you got to mess with. And now they got a policy at the Garden. We can't even wear masks unless like the regular surgical mask. Because there was people that were there that was wearing it. I guess I'm like, why y'all wearing it during regular? Y'all acting like people in here got diseases. Unless you got like a weak immune system, I understand that. But you got to literally come with a doctor's note as to why you want to wear a mask. It's like either you just cute from this point, right from here up, you look good this part, and you want to cover this part. Because there's some people I work with, and I've seen them without them. I was like, "What?" There's a supervisor I have that wears a mask all the time. I was like, oh, so that's what she looked like. Since I've been in, it's been almost 3 years. I ain't never seen that lady face. And there was another person too that I that works at the garden. I ain't never seen his face until recently. And I was like, I see why you wore that mask. But yeah, so there was that. So yeah, we can't, and so I can understand if you like want to wear the mask because of the Fish concert and all of the psychedelics. Look, I have survived many a Fish concert without having to wear a mask, and y'all see I'm still here today, coherent as I could possibly be. But nevertheless, I ain't all fucked. Or maybe I am fucked up in the head from the secondhand psychedelic inhaling that I've had to do at those indoor situations. And I know a lot of people say that I work with, they hate working them. I don't. I was like, the people are cool. I have no issues with any of the Fish fans. I'm like, what's wrong with y'all? Y'all just don't like dealing with all different types of personality. Y'all want everybody to be kumbaya all the time. That ain't the world. You ain't always gonna be kumbaya with everybody. Everything ain't gonna be a smooth show. Sometimes you're gonna have to deal with some shit. But anyway, all right, y'all. So we down to our final 4 topics. So before we get to those final 4, if you could please do me a solid and hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Hitting the like and the subscribe definitely helps with the algorithm, but hitting the like definitely helps with the algorithm. I'm still trying to figure out that whole hype thing that they have. I don't understand how all that works because I know you can hype the channel and all other stuff, but yeah, I've noticed I've been getting a lot of newer subscribers. So shout out to those of y'all who are coming back for the mess, and I hope I'm entertaining y'all with the mess. So without further ado, let's get into some more mess, and let's talk about, as I like to call her, Scary Khan, but she's Chaka Khan. That's my father's favorite artist. He loves Chaka Khan. Like my Chaka Khan, Chaka Khan. Like my father literally he has a frame poster of Chaka Khan. He got that for his birthday, literally in a frame. And for one of his birthdays, my cousin Ali got it for him. Even though I was like, I should have thought, but we did the party and everything for him. But my cousin got him a cake with Chaka Khan's face on the cake. A fun time was like, oh, I know I couldn't have been there because I was working. I didn't come until later on when the cake and everything was done. So that's what it was, my parents' house. So, and I was this is when I was living in Harlem. But anyway, nevertheless, long story, let's get to the topic. So Chaka Khan out here reading a lot of a lot of celebs. I ain't gonna say y'all faves because she ain't mentioned no names. But she said a lot of y'all are spending a lot of time focusing on your bodies and twerking instead of actually focusing on your vocals. So, in an interview with Jessie Ware, shout out to Jessie Ware. I cannot wait for her new album. I totally forgot she had a podcast. So, Jessie Ware on her Table Manners podcast, the R&B and funk icon said, "Tell me something good." That's not what she said. She said that newer pop stars focus too much. There's a misprint in people. They focus too much on things that aren't their vocal capabilities. Now, Khan, who's 73, noted that there's been a dramatic shift since she began her career. She said, "These women are doing any and every damn thing on stage and trying to sing too." Furthermore, Khan says that artists who rely on choreography and their physical routines might be trying to make up for something else. She said the ones who are doing the most physicalities with their butts and stuff and their body parts are the ones that usually are compensating for what they don't have. Now, Khan's thoughts came after a broader discussion with Ware, who's 41, who referenced comments from Patti LaBelle and Stephanie Mills about maintaining the focus at live shows on vocals rather than production. The I'm Every Woman hitmaker agreed with their perspectives, approaching her career with a vocals first mentality. She said, have the voice, absolutely. I came to sing and I came to really do a good job. Now, in January, Khan and her team shared a statement to social media warning fans against fake AI-generated stories about Khan circulating on the internet. Well, you know that ain't AI because she said it in the interview. Now, Chaka and her team want to remind everyone to be cautious about fake AI-generated news circulating on Facebook and elsewhere. Okay, we don't need to get into that. That's a whole nother topic. But to focus on this, I'll agree with her to an extent, but she has to realize the era in which she came from. Back when she was singing and she came out with Rufus, that's before she went solo, there was no MTV. There was no era of the music video and focusing on the spectacle versus the vocals. It's like you had back in the day, you had to be able to sing. It wasn't always all about the pomp and the circumstance. Now the technology has gotten better. They put in fucking auto tune on the microphones when they sing aloud to keep their ass on pitch. I mean, there's a whole lot of tricks and things that they're doing now. And here's the thing. I like the girls that stand there and give you a show. And quiet as a skip shocker. I understand that, people was trying to read me because I said, ma'am, first of all, you at an era now when you can't even remember the lyrics of your own work. Here goes all. That's how she be singing now. That ain't nobody. I was trying to find the notes singing that damn song. So, like that's how she be out here singing now. She be just making the noises. She don't be hitting the lyrics. She be out here speaking slurrings. And then what pissed me off was another video where in the same interview, she was excusing Ike Turner. Oh, he's misunderstood. And I said, girl, you was out here getting high with his ass. That's probably why you making excuses. So you out here diminishing everything that Tina said about that man, that he was no good, and all the things that he did to her. You was making them excuses because you was his little getting high buddy. I was like, let's not do that. But I do agree with her to an extent because it's like, yeah, you come from a different era. Now it is all about the pomp and circumstance. But if you don't give me pomp and circumstance, I don't mind the pomp and circumstance if you also go focus on the vocals. At first, I was like, well, I want to shade at Jennifer Lopez because Jennifer, y'all been dragging her recently, especially when she wore this see-through outfit where you could definitely see she had like a thong on, a high-waisted thong under this sheer, it looked like a bodysuit. And it's like, oh, this so she's been doing all of that. And it's like, yeah, I know a lot of people say she's improved, but I watched a video recently where this vocal coach was actually breaking down Jennifer Lopez's live performance, and this is recent. And was still reading. I was like, ooh, that sounds sharp. Ooh, that sounds a mess. Ooh, she's pitchy there. And it's like, Stevie Mackey, you need to fire him and get you a real vocal coach because it don't make no damn sense. You've been making music for 30 damn years and you still sound a mess. There's clearly a problem there. Either you're delusional or he been trying to help you. Well, yeah, he been trying to help you. You delusional, or he just not the vocal coach for you. Because even if you don't have the most spectacular singing voice, which Madonna has said in the past that she doesn't have the most spectacular voice, but she knows she has something to say. You work with the people that be able to help you to hit be able to strengthen certain things. So that way you can be able to carry a tune, you can sound good live, but you don't try to, like, we're not expecting you to blow like Mariah Carey, but to work with what you have. Be able to work with what you have is what I'm trying to say. So I'm not expecting everybody to be out here singing like they Chaka Khan or Patti LaBelle or Stephanie Miller. Like there's levels, as I've said, to this music. Then there's girls out here who are performers. And if you're a performer, perform. But also, if you don't have the greatest voice in the world, that's fine. I like the pomp and circumstance. I like a showgirl. Like, let's take, for instance, Kylie Minogue. People have said she can't say, oh, the bitch is proven. I mean, she has proven to y'all that she can sing because I've seen her live many a times, and she's worked on her craft. She knows she has limitations in a lot of ways, and she does the breathy thing, but when she's live, she don't give you a little shimmy, a little choreography, and the showgirl and the showmanship and all that stuff. But she also sings, and she works on her voice. And a lot of artists who know that they have those limitations work on what they have and learn how to strengthen what they have. So on one point, Chaka is correct, but and there are some people out here who just perform, rely too much on the pomp and circumstance. And then one person, I don't remember who it was that said it. They were like, they need to apply it to the men too, not just the women, because there be men out here that be doing all the pomp and circumstance and forgetting that you're supposed to be up there singing too. I mean, I guess we could throw Benson Boone in there as an example. It's like, I mean, he sings. The songs aren't that great, but he sings, and he's giving you flips and all this pomp and circumstance. But here's the thing. I'd rather somebody who's entertaining, that's going to give me a show and focus on their bodies and all this other stuff, than bore me to death like Mariah Carey does with her performances, because I would never pay money to see her live. And we know she is the GOAT. She's a great singer. She's an amazing songwriter, all other stuff. Her live sets are shit. And we're not going to sit up and act like they're not. So it depends on the situation. I don't know. I'm kind of torn. Not Natalie Imbruglia's torn, but I'm a bit torn in this situation in regards to this. So shout out to Chaka. I love the people of a certain age that be coming out here with the shade and talking. It's like, come and talk, because then it leaves things open for debate. So with that being said, I definitely want to hear from y'all, because like I said, I'm open for a debate. I want to hear what y'all have to say on this. Do you agree with a lot of what Chaka said, or do you feel like she just being a bitter old lady that's out here just hating on a lot of the new generation? Now, I do agree that, there's a lot of these young kids that's coming up that they're spending too much time on the twerking and shaking their behind and all this other stuff, and then the music has become secondary. Like, if the songs was good and you bad body, I wouldn't mind the extra stuff. But if the music ain't serving what you giving, then it's like, okay, then let the shade fest begin. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Damn, I got a lot of comments. Hold on. Yes, my father is a stan of Shaka Khan. He loves him some Shaka Khan. Streamers and influencers do the same thing. Dude so thirsty, even women think she's a 10, even though she's average like most people are. I am so confused by that post, but okay. I kind of get where she's coming from, because if you look around, a lot of 21st century born and younger millennial pop acts lack technical vocal talent. We may never get an era of vocal. Yeah, and the industry does spend a lot of focus on um the industry tends to focus a little too much on looks and stage like quiet as kept, a lot of these artists don't even they also lack stage presence, so they focus too much on how somebody looks and everything, and the artists don't be given on stage. There are artists out here who have a lot of these newer kids, y'all half-ass it on. I'm like, this is what you're giving, and a lot of y'all want to blame it on, oh, they don't have A&R, or they don't have like the training, like how my generation came up with the Britneys and the NSYNCs and the Backstreet Boys and the Pinks and the Mary J. Bliges, where they all had to go to charm school. They had to go through the training of, extensive vocal training and dance training and be able to sing and dance at the same time. Or like with Destiny's Child, where they had them running on a treadmill trying to, work on their breath control. At least we know why she's old. Not she's old. He said, "Happy belated birthday to God." Oh yeah, I did mention that she turned 40. So what's your point? And you're in the closet, clearly, because you weren't so much about who I sleep with. And where does it sound like I'm bashing Shaka Khan? Some of y'all just real slow. It's an opinion, just like you thinking you have one on my channel. And you said Tate McRae is wait, hold on. Tate McRae is probably the only artist I love who can. Some people said, who was it that said the other day? Oh, wait, hold on, because I think I missed a bunch. You want to know something? Her name did pop in my head when I was reading what Chaka said, because there was a lot of that too, and you do get that in her show. Like, the backing track was louder than Cardi. Her mic was on because she did at one point banging on the floor, and there was I forget who it was. I think it was Revolt was spreading misinformation, saying she was trying to get the mic to work. That's why she was banging on the floor. I'm like, the mic was fine. That wasn't why she was banging it. She was banging it, but she was like, "Are y'all with me?" And she was trying to get a reaction from the audience, and then trying to get people riled up and amped up and screaming. So she was banging it on the floor. That's why she did that. See, when y'all not there and y'all be making shit up, y'all be. This is why you can't even. And it's sad when you can't even trust these Instagram bloggers because y'all can't afford to actually have a channel to be out here spraying misinformation or spreading misinformation. But you might be right with that because I was thinking Cardi B did pop my head, but then I'm like, she's a rapper. She's not necessarily a singer. I mean, she does have songs where she sings, but that's the rap category. And if that's what you're talking about, I feel like you need to be more specific. I mean, she isn't entirely wrong. The issue is the industry keeps picking up TikTok creators and formulating microwavable artists who aren't traditionally trained. I wonder if do y'all think that TikTok era is over? Because that is true. There are kids out here like the Addison. I mean, do we need to throw? Yeah, I'm gonna say it. The Addison Rays, who they come from the whole TikTok era. They you plop them out there, and it's not just her; it's others. Where you plop them up on and give them a platform, and what happens is that virality helps, but then you got to realize, oh, now where's the follow up? What's single number two? And then are we going to put out an album? Like the whole process of putting music together, how does that work? And are you actually in it for the long haul? Now you need to hire somebody who could be a creative director, who can and a choreographer, and somebody who can help you put all of this stuff together to do like a little show, build up from there, because you ain't going from TikTok to Madison Square Garden. That don't happen. You got to at least build up some momentum. Okay, now I can get to the story. You said Tate McRae is probably the only artist I love who cannot sing. I think she's talented regardless, and she does know how to dance and is able to nail a choreo within 2 days. I think she has potential. Well, somebody did say that her mic was on. Some people was like, "Oh, she loves to sing live." I'm like, "But is the mic on?" Because remember that time when she sang and she had the microphone upside down and she put it to her mouth and then the words. I'm like, where the words coming from? The speakers on top, them pre-recorded vocals. Mhm. An actor on a John Singleton baby boy. Or yeah, I remember that movie. You said remember the gay man that said $40 in the beauty shop said that Shaka was high as hell all the time and he didn't like working with her. Well, I've heard she's difficult, but apparently you can't talk about anybody regardless of the age. I talk about whoever the fuck I want on my channel. And I ain't say nothing disrespectful to Shaka, but you ain't always gonna be right in every damn thing. I don't give a good goddamn how old the person is. Madonna and Bjork are both visual artists, though I think Bjork is underrated as a vocalist. She is, because she sings unlike anybody. Like, people have tried to emulate what Bjork does. Bjork is in a league of her own. She is on her own little planet. She's all right. I'm so sick of people saying they're singers and all they're doing is going up there and stripping and being disgusting. It's whoever is the most disgusting. Shaka can't remember lyrics, nor can she dance to her song. And once upon a time, she used to dress scantily clad back in the day. So, sis, where they do that at? Pop Me Kettle. I recall her elimination from Dancing with the Stars after she messed up the choreography that I feel for you. So part of her issue may be envy. Could be coming from that place. I just don't understand artists who shade other artists. I just don't understand the point. I mean, look, it's good grist for our mill because it gives us something to talk about. But I just don't understand artists shading other artists on what they do. Because I've always said there's tiers to this thing. There are the regular people that get up there, stand behind the mic with the band and sing and hit all the notes. And people live for that. There are people out there who also want a little Broadway spectacle with their, pop stars. There's an audience for that. And you have one of them that's the very few, and I will say this, and I know some people don't particularly care for her, but whatever. But I give due where it is. Lady Gaga gets up there with that mic and it is on, and she hits them notes and she be up there singing, even though the choreography, she be a little stiff doing it, but at least she up there doing the moves and moving around and performing and singing live and giving you the showmanship. So there's very few of them out there that be up there doing it. Madonna does the same thing. She gets up there with her mic is on. I'm looking, like I said, when Rosalia comes out, when she got her mic on and she doing the ballet moves and all the crazy choreography of this new tour that she's on. And when she comes to the garden, I be living for that. FKA Twigs be up there doing on a stripper pole with one arm holding herself up and the microphone in the other, giving choreography and singing, and her mic be on. And she be half naked. But when you a dancer, dancers don't wear a lot of clothes. First of all, it's hot under all them damn lights. Nobody's getting up there in a damn burqa doing choreography under all that damn heat. Oh yeah, I read that one right. You said he sings. The songs aren't that great, but he sings. That's exactly how I feel about the. Look, I said it's like the songs aren't that great, but he sings. How do you feel about Celine Dion? I love Celine. First of all, she's about to go embark on a tour in Paris. That was just announced. So I didn't think that was going to be a story, but since it was mentioned, I was like, yeah, she's about to do a little show, a couple of shows in Paris. So shout out to her. I like Celine. And Celine gets up there. She gives you personality. She's performing. Like, she gives you all the things. Mariah look like when she get up there, she can't be bothered. And I can't stand it. Like, if you don't want to be here, then I don't want to be here either. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here no more. I know that's not the lyrics. I'd like to change it depending on the situation. Y'all gonna learn that coming up in the show. I ain't go too hard on her. He said not too much. Celine just announced it. Yeah, exactly. I didn't get to that comment yet. He said, my best friend loves Mariah, so don't let him hear you say that about her live shows, even though I agree with you. Relatable mediocrity. Oh no, I can't stand mediocrity. Now, if you mid, I'm gonna definitely call it out. I didn't get to see much of the Tate McRae show, but I was like, whatever, because I was working on the same thing with FKA Twigs show. I was on the outside, although I didn't see it on the screens, her show, but I did get to peek in a little bit. And the B stage was literally next to where I was stationed at, so I got to see a bit of that. And I said, "Oh, I just learned the piano." I'm like, "Sis, nobody picks up the piano that quick. You wasn't playing that damn. You was playing that piano just as much as you was singing live." And you got them. They got them pianos that are where you put it in pre, where the keys is moving. You just got to remember where they are and put the fingers there. That's what I believe happened. But anyway, let's move on. Let's talk about Perez Hilton. So the other day, Perez Hilton went on his social media to reveal that he was in the hospital for almost a month because he had developed sepsis and a whole bunch of other stuff. I guess because he also was saying that he had taken some medication and didn't eat, which is dumb because I'm like, why would you do something like that? Everybody knows if you're going to take prescription medications, you should take it with food, especially if it says it on the fine print, which you probably didn't read. So you be reading celebrities for a living, but you don't be reading your medications, which had him out here looking like Kelly Osbourne, where he looks on the left. He's out here looking like how Kelly Osbourne is on that damn Ozempic. Sidebar, it looked like the whole family is on that shit at this point, because I just saw a recent video of Jack Osbourne talking about some rock group that were kicked off the Ozzy's tribute thing, and he looked a mess too. So this whole thing regarding Perez Hilton, eventually I felt this, but I don't know if people felt it in general, that with him coming out and saying all this, I already knew people was going to come up in the comments, well, he's done bad to so many celebrities and stuff, now he's getting his karma and all this other stuff, which in the last video, I did defend and say, over the years, I have noticed, because I've watched Perez's videos where I don't really go to the blog. Like, the blog was the blog back in the day. I don't think the blog is as popping as it once was. But he does a lot of YouTube videos, and he does a show with Booker and all that other stuff. So he's been relatively active and busy in the whole entertainment space. But I've said that over the years, since, him, the fire crotch thing and drawing CUM, you got to watch it with some of the algorithms in here. That's why I have to choose words carefully on certain celebrities' faces and all other stuff. He doesn't do that anymore. And some of the mean, vile stuff he said about Britney back in the day, where he wished that she would have left the union instead of Heath Ledger. Y'all remember that? Maybe if you don't, I'm telling you. He has changed since then. And he has been doing the work to not be such a nuisance in regards to kicking celebrities while they're down to bring attention to his social media situations. He's matured over the years. So, with that being said, Kristen Johnson, who y'all remember from the Third Rock in the Sun and that infamous episode of Sex and the City where she fell out the window, basically called on Perez to make amends to those he had hurt following his recent hospitalization for sepsis. Well, it seems to be an ongoing thing that homosexuals tend to be getting. Because he had sepsis, Billy Porter had sepsis, and they're both on this road to recovery. Now, Kristen Johnson, best known, as like I said, from Third Rock from the Sun, wrote in a since-deleted post on Threads that Hilton, who's 48, needs to make amends to the women he had allegedly hurt with his bruising gossip blogging, according to Us Weekly. Many years ago, my guts were basically ripped open as a result of my long-term abuse of opiates. I wrote a whole book about it called Guts, wrote the 58-year-old actress on Wednesday. I got clean. It took a long time to recover from all of it mentally and physically. I was extremely underweight for about a year, nauseous, and barely able to eat. It was horrible. She accused Hilton of writing the meanest ish about me and my weight and making fun of how I looked, which she claimed led to a vicious social media pile on by his followers, which really sucked at the time. According to Johnson, it was learning that Hilton had been very sick and found Jesus, that's what he said, that dredged up her painful memories of reading Hilton's post about her years earlier. She tossed out a small olive branch, writing of Hilton's recovery, good for him and hope he gets healthy. However, she added that she would never forget how casually and relentlessly he'd attacked women and young girls in the 2000s and how terrible it felt to be made fun of by him while I struggled through my darkest time of my life. Now, Johnson said she hoped that if Hilton had truly changed, his transformation would go beyond words and that he would try to make amends for his cruelty. I know he can hurt a lot of people. This is what she wrote. The actress got affirmations from other women in the spotlight, including DJ, oh Lord, Samantha Ronson. He used to, oh yeah, I remember the days we used to go in on her. Who infamously dated Lindsay Lohan while her behavior was a regular topic for gossip bloggers like Hilton. Fuck him forever, Ronson bluntly wrote in the comments, according to Us Weekly. The comedian Elaine Boosler, is that Boosler or Boussier? Joked that poor Jesus gets stuck with all the assholes. Jesus. Now, Dumb and Dumber actress Lauren Holly offered her support to Johnson, writing, "How brutal. I'm sorry you went through any of that. You were so strong." Now, Johnson's criticism of Hilton comes after he revealed the mystery illness that sent him to the hospital for 3 weeks. We don't need to go into the whole thing about it. Yeah, he was in he was in the hospital for 21 days. He almost died. He had a laparoscopic surgery and a whole bunch of other stuff, and then he had a bad infection. So, and then he said that he found God. Now he's going to get his kids in Catholic school, a whole bunch of other stuff. I hope that you mean what you're saying, but that is TBD. But in this whole situation, I'm not, while he has done the work, I'm not mad at the other celebrities who still feel that he's a POS, piece of shit, and haven't forgiven him. It's your right to feel that way. He terrorized y'all for many years through his blog. And I don't know if he's ever apologized to all these other celebrities. I mean, I feel like because the way you lay down your foundation, the way you presented yourself, being a nuisance to a lot of people and a nightmare to a lot of celebrities and making their lives a living hell with your blog and some of the stuff you said and the drawings and the names, the fire crotches and all the other crazy names that you would give celebrities that you were going in on. They don't have to forgive you. I mean, to me, I would forgive, but I wouldn't forget because I don't want to have that kind of energy, me just running around being like, oh, that man, oh, I hate him, piece of ish, and all the other stuff. Like, I don't want to walk around with that energy. It's like, it is what it is. It happened. It's back in the day. You don't talk about me no more. I'm still out here living my best life. And you going through what you're going through. And hopefully you found God. Hopefully you have figured out a way to center yourself and make yourself a better person. That, we've seen, from based off of what I've been following and watching, Perez has put in the work. Now, post all of this other stuff, once he gets on this road to recovery where he's in a much better place, we'll see if he continues to do the work. And I hope, and I'm wondering, because of what Kristen Johnson said in this post, I'm wondering if he'll actually respond to this and make another video where it's like, you know what? Not only are you making amends with your health and making amends with the man upstairs, but you're also going to make amends to the celebrities that you've hurt through your blog over the years. See, at least with me with this thing, I don't make the news, I just report it. I report on the things, I give my opinion, and I move on. Now, when you out of pocket and you doing dumb stuff, then yeah, the name calling comes up in there because it's like reading and shade. But all the other stuff where he was going in and just saying like all kinds of wild stuff on celebrities for no reason and really kicking them when they're down, that was a lot. And he's just gonna have to probably spend the rest of his life, or as long as he plans on staying in this career called show business, atoning for his past sins. So when I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you feel that Perez is a changed man? And do you also feel that, yeah, even though you have shown people that you changed, the celebrities who you're in the past don't have to forgive you just because you all of a sudden are showing for the past couple of years that you've done the work. They feel the way they feel. You don't realize like you can't poke as I always said, you can't poke a bear and tell her how mad to get, is basically what I'm trying to get to. So, whatever your thoughts are, let me know what your thoughts in the comments down below. It said it's like flat out beyond out of date, worldly, and trashed out. Too old to be doing that in the first place, and etc. The class is always going. I need to understand, what do y'all define as class? Do y'all think that somebody standing there in a ballroom gown and like flat iron hair and just standing at a microphone, that's considered class? Like, what are y'all even talking about? I don't understand when people always talk about like trashy and this, that, and the other. It's like these girls are not on stage sitting there fingering themselves while they're performing on stage. Now, I will say this, the stuff with Cardi B at that concert, that was borderline and on vulgar. Some of the stuff I was seeing up there, but she particularly performs for a specific audience. And if you're a showgirl, a lot of the girls are going to be up there half naked or whatever the case is, because you got to be able to move around in the outfits that you're wearing. Ray has cute songs, but she can, we've come to that establishment. We've established that, right? She can't say there's Addison albums came and went for anyone that isn't chronically online. I think it's cool that she's inspired by Ray of Light, but she literally looks and dances like a Skid Row. Which about the Grammys performance? Oh, please, I blocked their ass. He said, them girls act like Gaga dance be better than Bey. No, first of all, Beyonce dances circles around Lady Gaga. Let's be clear about that. I'm not reading you. I'm just saying, I was like, First of all, who lied to y'all? Gaga dances like she just had a hip replacement. There's no way in hell that Lady Gaga dances better than Beyonce. He said that's what they said about Wendy Williams when she got sick, saying that she deserved it for talking shit about. And that's not how karma works. For people that, oh, she's sick. I mean, she's always had a lifetime of ailments and addiction issues. But that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day. Did I forget the post? I don't remember if I put this in the docket or I forgot to make the banner for it. But I had a story about Andy Cohen being mad at Sarah Michelle Gellar. I don't know if I put that in the thing, but I think that's one of the topics I forgot to make a banner for. Hold on a second. I definitely got something to say on that. Okay. Wait, hold on, because I see somebody drop the comment. I mean, she does. And I like Gaga, but yeah, she danced like she just got a hip replacement. All right, so let's get back into the show. I said it was 4 topics. Apparently, I guess it was 5. I just forgot to make one of the banners. And let's talk about Andy Cohen having the unmitigated goal to go in on my girl SMG. Sarah Michelle, not you going after Buffy because she criticized his tight ass Real Housewives franchise. So she recently did an interview with Page Six Radio. A lot of people going on that show. By the way, Pussycat Dolls was on there recently. Bunch of celebrities. So, for a man behind a franchise that's known for platforming outspoken women, Andy Cohen sure feels offended by Sarah Michelle Gellar's criticism of the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. So, the Radio Andy host and executive producer of the Bravo franchise shared his reaction to Sarah Michelle Gellar calling out season 15 of the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills on the Page Six Radio podcast, which tapes in his studio at New York City's Sirius XM headquarters. He said, it was in our studio and then they posted. And it's like Sarah Michelle Gellar hates the Housewives of Beverly Hills with all this Radio Andy signage everywhere. And I go, you know what? Don't bring someone into my studio to trash my show. How about the door is locked when I leave? How's that? Cohen said on his show Wednesday, or maybe think twice about posting that all over social media where it says like Andy's everywhere behind SMG. She's wrong, by the way, he concluded. Well, that's her opinion. And if she feels like this season's been a little crunchy, then she has a right to say that the season's crunchy. And quiet as it's kept, a lot of the Real Housewives have been kind of dry this season. I mean, I just heard from Jersey, which we all kind of knew was going to happen. Teresa and Melissa are coming back to the Real Housewives of New Jersey. Black Dolores is over there on the Real Housewives of Rhode Island. We'll see how well that. I don't know. Did that show actually air? We'll see how well that show does. I don't know if people care enough or if it's even aired yet. But yeah, she's over there. They just put the Miami version on pause. Atlanta, I guess, is going to be airing soon because I think they had some of the girls on an episode of Sherry. So I think the new Atlanta season is about to start. Potomac is Potomac. And so yeah, I just feel like no. The season's been kind of dry. I mean, I did quiet as it's kept. I haven't even jumped into the season of the Housewives of Beverly Hills, probably because I feel like it's not that entertaining. I don't care about I think I'm just outgrowing these shows. I've been meaning to get into the Housewives of Beverly Hills, but I just think that I've been kind of other things have been grabbing my attention, but I'm sure that trust and believe, there's been quite a few people that have jumped in the comments when I was reading on some stuff about this topic and said like the season is boring. It's starting to pick up now, and that's how she feels. If she's a lifelong stan of a show, and the season is kind of like meh, like we're about to get into talking about Drag Race season 18 when we get to that topic. I think if you're a longtime fan of a show, you should be able to give constructive criticism. Andy's coming up in there with rose-colored glasses because this is the only franchise that he has that he's still making bank off of and watch what happens live. So, of course, he's going to come up in there and defend this show. So, but I do think it's kind of shady that y'all did that y'all had it in the studio where it says Radio Andy. And, sir, let's be clear. You don't own the building. You don't own that studio. You work for Sirius. You don't own Sirius. Sirius is giving you the platform or the floor or whatever to have your own little station, and you have your people on that station. I don't know how many other people. I don't know, but Sandra Bernhardt, didn't she have a show on there with radio, like on Radio Andy's channel, whatever the case is? There's a bunch of people that he has that he gives that problematic ass Jeff Lewis and them fake ass lips he got and all that Botox. So, it's funny how people buying the lips that I actually was born with. Funny how that works. But but Page Six, maybe y'all need to get your own little studio instead of using somebody else's studio to say what y'all got to say up in there. But like I said before, she has a right to say what she said. Now, she said, I think it is boring. I mean, I like the cast. I love Rachel Zoe. I think Rachel's a great addition. I love Bose. I think it's great as a Bazoma St. John. I mean, I live for Kathy and Jen. I want a spinoff. I want a Jen Tilly, Kathy Hilton spinoff. but it's slow. It's just picking up now. And they had a lot of, I guess Dorit is not, there's been some drama with Dorit too, and her and PK, and Kyle asserting herself in that situation, and this is a bunch of mess. She also noted that newcomer Amanda Francis, oh yeah, they said Amanda Francis, this new chick, she gotta go. She probably gonna be the Diana of, what was her name, Diana? I couldn't stand that bitch. She probably gonna be the Diana of the season. They're gonna get rid of her. She's gonna be a one and done because ain't nobody liking her. And they said because they feel like, did you not get the memo of what you have to bring to this reality show? So they feel like she need to go. I've heard people even say Kyle needs to go too because Kyle is not delivering. You just collecting a check, but you're not really giving what needs to be given in regards to the show. And I feel like Kyle just been on that show since the beginning. And it's like when you are OG, that's really not going to bring it. That needs to bring it like it needs to be brought, and bring it on. Then you need to leave and probably bring some and have the other girl step up or whatever the case is. You just there collecting a check at this point. And I've heard some people say, well, she's not obligated to have to share this, and this. I'm like, but you're on a reality show. And part of the reality show is whatever is going on in your personal life, we need to be aware of that needs to play out for the cameras. Sorry, that's what a reality show, the whole point of one. So I'll say all this to say, what y'all think of this story regarding Sarah Michelle Gellar and Andy Cohen. I don't know if he was playful in what he said because I didn't hear his voice is like nails on a chalkboard for me. So and it sounds like it's getting raspy and raspy as the years go by. And he lay off them drugs allegedly, but I don't know in the tone and the connotation of how he said it. To me, based off of I'm reading it, maybe he was being playful, but at the end of the day, if a celebrity or whatever is not feeling an edition of a show that they're on, I think they have a right to speak on that they're not that excited over the current season, that the season's not as great as y'all were trying to hype it up to be. Maybe the reason why I've been stalling is because I wasn't really all that excited watching the trailer when it first came out. I just didn't find it all that exciting. But anyway, so I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your thoughts on. Do you agree with what Sarah Michelle Gellar had to say about the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, or is she wrong in her assessment? Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Have you started rewatching Pose? I was watching some of those Stan and Angel scenes. No, I haven't gotten around to it yet. I was trying to remember when it happened. Oh yeah, it got busy. Life happened. Because I think the last time I told y'all that was Thursday. Friday, I went. It was a long day. I got home, watched Drag Race, which is we're about to get into that as the next topic. Fell asleep. Next day, had to get up, dealing with some personal family stuff. Had to go to work. Came home. Had to go to bed early because I had to get up early on Sunday to get to work. Came home last night around 5, 6 o'clock. Was putting the show together, like some topics, whatever. Was exhausted. Had no energy. Was literally running on fumes. And by 10, 11 o'clock, I was knocked out. I don't know. I just think my body was just shut down. I was trying to fight it, but my body was, bitch, we going to sleep. And so, no, I haven't gotten around to watching it because I've just been running everywhere. Not the clapback was so in season. That's what the statement was referring to. Every single album, tour, or anything career-wise should not always be so freaking degrading and disgusting all the darn time. Funny how Andy has no problem having opinions about others, but will be damn if someone else plays. I pay that queen no mind. It's like, if your show is dry as hell, it's dry. Get over it. Or do better. I don't know how you can do better, but do better. Because it's supposed to be a reality show. So I don't know how you can fine-tune the script. But anyway, speaking of reality television, let's talk about Drag Race. So apparently in last week's episode, which I told you I fell asleep on because it was kind of dry and boring. So the week before we get to the crazy one regarding Jane Don't, the competing queens were assigned to the show's famous makeover challenge, which I don't particularly care for the makeover challenges, but nevertheless, This it depends on the challenges, whatever. I think I'm still reeling over that wedding challenge from back in the day with Bianca Del Rio. Remember they cut that? Wasn't that Bianca? Where they basically, yeah, that you can't even see that episode no damn where. They removed that from social media, I think because one of the guys was homophobic or something or another. But anyway, so Calpurnia Adams and her story regarding Soldier's Girl. It's funny I said Soldier's Boy in the last time I talked about it with Soldier's Girl. Back in the day, there was a movie that came out. I never heard of this story, but there was a movie that came out called Soldier's Girl about a guy in the military who falls for a trans woman, and his fellow cadets found out about it and they unalived him. And so there was a whole story. They made a movie on it. Lee Pace played Calpurnia, and Troy Garrity, who is Jane Fonda's son. Whatever happened to him? He played the young man who you see on the right who was unalived. So this episode was about gay cowboys and dragging them up, which I thought was a relatively interesting thing because it puts a spotlight on the fact that we have black cowboys out there, we have an organization with that, and we have gay cowboys. Like there's so many different organizations because a lot of people always want to feel like, it's great that we shine a light on different types of people within our community because a lot of people tend to think that gay is just sit around doing drag and hair and makeup and all this other mess. Speaking of which, I totally forgot to mention that the reason why they said allegedly Cardi B was an hour late to her concert at the Garden was because her hair and makeup person was late. I'm like, really? Okay. But that was the excuse. But anyway, so Calpurnia Adams has said that she was gobsmacked and blindsided after RuPaul's Drag Race referenced the 1999 murder of her former boyfriend, Barry Winchell, and showed photos of both of them without warning. Adams shared her reaction in a voice message played on Race Chaser, the Drag Race recap podcast hosted by Alaska, Mangle, the other name, you already know, Thunder, and William Belli. The moment came during a recent Drag Race Season 18 makeover challenge, where contestants put on a willing guest in the drag to create a family resemblance. So that whole episode was BS anyway, because the person that went home, Discord, as I said in the last video, definitely there was a family resemblance. The outfits were literally the same, but it was just two different colors. So the family resemblance was there. But their consistent removal of the goalposts to continue to save Darlene and damn fucking Juicy is pissing me off at this point with the show. And I will bring that up again when we get to the Jane Don't situation. So in her message, Adams said, I was kind of gobsmacked this last Friday because one of the makeover subjects for the Family Resemblance Challenge said that he was an ex-military member who had served in Fort Campbell, Kentucky with Barry Winchell. Adams said that it was really a shock to see the murder raised on the show, adding, it was really a shock to see Barry's murder brought up on Drag Race episode, to see his picture come up and my picture come up. Adams also said she sees value in the story being discussed and said, and I think there's still value to be had in letting everyone know that that kind of bigotry and hatred existed in the military. She described herself as a veteran myself, a combat medic, and said the reference landed while she was watching the episode with friends, making it very blindsiding. Adams explained Winchell was brutally beaten to death during 4th of July in 1999, and that it has been 27 years. Damn, it's been that long? But it said 1999, so it's crazy. 27 years almost. She went on. She said, it still breaks my heart because he was a sweet young man, and that night, Justin Fisher and Calvin Glover conspired to unalive Barry because they had whipped up a frenzy against him because he was dating a transsexual. So that night, they beat him to death. Both men were sent to prison and have since been released. Now, Alaska responded by describing how jarring it could be for traumatic events to surface unexpectedly in entertainment, saying, because it is so terrifying, like Calpurnia said, to be like, I'm hanging out with my friends, we're kikiing and having a good time, and then like, bam, on the screen, probably the worst thing that's happened, in your life pops up on the screen without warning, as per the advocate. Now, Willem also questioned World of Wonder's decision to use Adams' story and photo without giving her a heads up, saying they know full well about the trauma that she went through. Or maybe the fact is they didn't care because this season has been a chop and the regular queens on the show haven't been delivering in regards of the drama and all this other stuff, and the challenges have kind of been mid at best. So they were like, let's just pop this thing. I'm not taking into consideration how Calpurnia Adams, who is still alive, feels about seeing an old trauma that she's probably living with and has found a way to like let it fester and let it simmer, and it's not like this ongoing thing that's constantly beating in her head, that it just pops up and you re-traumatized her. So I get that on one hand, maybe you brought it up because it's a heartfelt moment and that this guy who is getting this makeover is having a moment where he's sharing this thing, and that he served alongside Barry in the military, and he's bringing this thing up, and now you're not thinking of how that affects Calpurnia because she's had to endure a lot of trauma from this situation. The love of her life was taken from her because he loved her for who she was, didn't care about body parts or other stuff. He saw Calpurnia for who he was. He saw the soul, and he loved her. And these other hating assholes up in the military just couldn't let him live and love who he wanted to love. So shout out to Calpurnia. If you guys have not seen the movie Soldier's Girl, I actually own it on DVD. Damn, now I feel like I need to dig it up and go and give it a rewatch. But I remember the first time I saw that movie, it definitely woke me up on a lot of stuff because I remember I saw it premiered on Showtime back in the look. Back in the day, they was doing some groundbreaking shit on TV and cable and all other stuff. Now everybody being a little conservative, but they really took chances in content, and seeing this type of story that came out. And yeah, I know it'd be problematic today because I had a cisgendered gay man. Lee Pace is out of the closet. I'm not outing him. Playing a trans woman, and then you had Troy Garrity up in there, and this whole story that happened, and now it's like now you're being re-traumatized. So shout out to Calpurnia. Shout out to the Race Chaser girls. I guess with them calling out World of Wonder, Alaska definitely not being invited back to Drag Race. With that show being, with this franchise becoming even more of a hot, uninspired mess, would Alaska even want to come back to that show? So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Calpurnia Adams saying that, yeah, she was blindsided by all this, this whole thing being mentioned on an episode, and the World of Wonder not taking into consideration how she would feel. Do you feel that, yeah, maybe they should have given her a warning, being like, we're going to mention you in the situation that happened with you and your love of your life in an episode? It should have probably given her the heads up, or somebody should have. I don't know. So, caught between a rock and a hard place in regards to this whole situation. So, yeah, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comment down below. Barry Winchell. I know the show isn't about Nene's partner, but I wish he would have revealed more. There's not that much info about it, almost as if the Navy wants to cover it up, and it's rare to hear about it today. And especially, I do agree, there should have been. Yeah, that was another thing I was going to bring up too. Is that, yeah, he should have revealed more. Like, if you're going to go in there and say, "Oh yeah, I served with Barry Winchell," I do feel like there should have been a little more transparency, a little more conversation. You should have went a little deeper in there, or maybe he did go deeper, and the editors chose to just cut a lot of it out. They just thought, let's mention the surface stuff, and that'd be enough. Because I definitely feel like with my generation in the '90s, we know of the story because we saw the movie, that whole situation, so we were aware of Calpurnia's story. But if you want to introduce history, queer history, to a newer generation, which you seem to be very interested in wanting to know more or wanting to reveal more, maybe you know more. It's just because I know you're an old soul. You like a lot of past stuff or hearing those stories. So, while you have a due diligence to actually educate your audience, it's not all about the drama and the pop of circumstance. If you're going to take on these serious moments, you need to expand on it, and you need to educate your audience, because a lot of them want to hear the stories. They want to hear the history. They're not going to read a book or whatever the case is. There needs to be references brought up on the show, or you want to do these teachable moments. So I do agree that the partners should have brought up more. And look, Nene ended up in the bottom. Alaska has shown interest, but WoW does not have that same interest towards her. I truly think All Stars 10 was the start of Drag Race, and it's going to keep flopping. Alaska desperately wants to be on All Stars and constantly begs the podcast audience to reach out to WoW. And I like Alaska. Lovely queen. Met her a few times, taking pictures, that sort of thing. But Alaska, move on from this shit. Like, you see, Willem ain't wasting no time worrying about them people. She's like, look, I made my mark. I became the first and only queen to ever be disqualified, and I've been able to financially benefit since then. It looked a mess. I don't know why that's going to the theater. I mean, I'll probably go see it in the theater because the A-list will pay for it. But what average regular human being is going to go to the movies to sit and watch the budget looked like it was $2 and a paper clip. And who wants to watch that in the theater? That should have went straight to Hulu. And that's why, and I know they want to do like the spoof, like Airplane and all that other stuff, but I'm like, you know what I was thinking too? Do y'all think that Scary Movie is going to be the last chance for a regular or like that brand of comedy to actually make an impact? And if it flops, then does that mean that brand of comedy is kind of dead? Like nobody really wants that brand of comedy, like that unfiltered, unapologetic comedy. I mean, look, all these Trump supporters out of here, y'all living for, I want to be able to say the most derogatory thing. And I'm like, I'm all for offensive humor, but it got to be funny. You can't just be like, well, you can't tell me I can't say certain words. And then I'm sitting there like, okay, but where's the joke? So there's a difference. And I did find some parts of Scary Movie when I watched the trailer. I did cackle quite a bit at some of the stuff. I'm gonna watch a gay spoof film, but not with Ginger. Not Tubi. I'm gonna try to be nice and say Hulu. You said Tubi. Anyway, okay. So now let's get into our final topic, and let's talk about Jane Don't. So yeah, this was the gay gasp heard around the world because apparently people were shocked that Jane Don't was eliminated. But I'm gonna tell you, I was not shocked because I already knew she was going home, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because remember, in the last time we did an episode, I told her y'all about to be pissed with this upcoming episode. And then when I watched it, because I couldn't remember if this was the week, but then I wasn't sure. But then when I started reading the comments online and people was being very, I said, oh God, I think this episode Jane went home. So I couldn't remember if she went home this week or next week. But I was having a conversation with a friend of mine who works with a lot of the Drag Race girls, and they told me, they was like, yeah, Jane don't make the top 4. So I had to keep it. I was like, and I'm not gonna say nothing because I know some of y'all watch the show and y'all be getting mad when I be doing spoilers in the middle of the thing without warning. So that's why I said y'all gonna be mad when y'all watch this upcoming episode. And it seemed like a lot of y'all was pissed. So Jane did an interview. She did an interview with Out, and she also did an interview with Blavity. And I'm going to pull from both. So that way, because there was a lot of pretty interesting things that she said. Now, they said, while most queens are eliminated from RuPaul's Drag Race knowing exactly what they did wrong, the season 18 frontrunner was shockingly told to sashay away without much intel as to why. Yeah, because I have to say, the judging this season has been a chop. I don't understand. There's been a lot of inconsistencies. No shade, but I do not understand how the hell Darlene Mitchell and Juicy Love Dion are in the top 4. They should have been chopped weeks ago. Darlene won one challenge. Was that last? No, it wasn't last week. What was it? It was the I forget what challenge. Because see, and this is how bad it is. I can't remember what y'all be winning challenges for. While Jane has been consistent with her wins. She's got quite a few wins under her belt. But now it's like, are we not putting track record in play? I feel like because Jane hasn't been given the producers and everything what they want, they kind of, excuse me, I feel like they pretty much were like, you know what? She's not willing to play the game. She's not giving us what we need out of it because while she's been consistently winning, she hasn't been all that exciting, or it seemed like she's not excited over her wins. So maybe that's the reason why she hasn't been winning. And so production is like, okay, we need excitement, but no shade. None of the girls have really been bringing anything remotely exciting. Because I thought, before I was spoiled as to Jane going home before the episode aired, I thought the top 3 was going to be Jane Don't, Nene Coco, who I want to hunch. That's a fine ass boy. And Mikey Meeks. I thought that was going to be our top three. The others could have went home. And if they were going to do a top four, I thought, okay, maybe Darlene, because Darlene is good TV. They like the whole happy-go-lucky energy that she brings. So let's keep her around for as long as possible. She's not going to win the show. But, and they do that, no shade, but I feel like they kept Juicy around because they wanted to be a diversity type situation. And they don't want to get mad and say, oh, y'all got 4 white girls in the thing. Same bitch that we had during the season of Trinity the Tuck and Monet Exchange, how they had to do it, because y'all had no plans on having that be a double win. I do not believe that was there was ever in the cards that they were going to do a double win. You could tell by the edit they took both of the wins that they filmed individually, did a split screen, and tried to edit. It was not a good edit. I could see through the bullshit, but I didn't believe for 1 second that y'all managed to have this be a co-win. I think it was going to be, I think y'all had eyes set on Trinity. And because there was a lot of backlash on, oh, y'all keep giving, all the white girls keep winning, all the white girls. Same thing where it was reversed for the first couple of seasons of regular Drag Race. All the people of color was winning, all the black girls was winning. And you had Raja, who's Asian. They had all the people of color win. No white girls is winning. How about people win based off of their merit and their talent and their track record and not because of their race or the color of their skin? How about we do that? But it's too much bullshit in politics and fan interference that have been sabotaging and manipulating and maneuvering the show to vote a certain way. And I feel like there's way too much producer interference in how they're trying to steer this ship. And I think fans are getting tired of it. I'm at a point where I'm over this show. I don't give a fuck who wins now. I mean, it'd be nice if it's Darlene and Nene. I mean, not Darlene. If it's Nene or Mikey, I have a feeling they're gonna go towards Mikey. But if y'all go towards Mikey because she's had more consistent wins than Nene, then I'm calling BS on the whole thing regarding Jane, because Jane has been consistently a winner, but because of one misstep, you eliminate her. So it kind of it screws up, it contradicts what it is that I'm still trying to decode and decipher what the whole judging process, how are y'all voting? Are you going on? Like, I'm just confused by it all. And I don't know, maybe a lot of y'all are just as confused as I am, but this show don't make no more damn sense anymore. So after making history with the best track record ever seen on RuPaul's Drag Race, Jane Don't is the latest queen of Sashay Way on season 18. The talented performer landed in the bottom 2 against Nene Coco after her impersonations of a crazy Karen. I hated that Karen thing. I just thought the whole thing was stupid, and I think it's low key racist. Why are we doing a episode improving on problematic white women? Like, I just did not get the whole point of that. I don't even think Juicy's was all that great, and I don't think Darlene's was great, and that should have been your bottom 2. So anyway, once we got to the elimination, they lip synced to Garden of Eden, Lady Gaga's Garden of Eden, which I do like that song. I like watching her perform it live whenever I've worked the Mayhem Ball. I love that live performance. I also like the song, and I think it's very catchy. And child, I already knew it was over once we got to Nene doing that that cartwheel into a backflip. I was like, bitch. I knew it was over at that point. Well, they both did a little cartwheel at the same time, but Nene did a little one extra. And Nene definitely performs down. One of my friends said she must hang around a lot of black girls because she was definitely giving that. Now they said, I haven't even metabolized the whole thing. We locked into the roller coaster and they dumped me off at the end. I don't even know what happened. The chances of you having lip sync are high. Before I left the show, Bosco told me that the chances are high that you're going to lose. It was all very out of body. This is what Don't Tells out. Now, since her elimination, Drag Race fans have outcried and shared their disbelief that the show's frontrunner would be taken out of the competition with a nearly perfect run. In fact, some viewers are saying that it's the most shocking and even the nastiest elimination in Drag Race history. Now, although Don't is grateful to receive so much love from her passionate supporters, she doesn't want her fellow sisters or anyone on production to receive any type of hate and negativity. So she said, I will absolutely take the compliment, but no one is entitled to win Drag Race. Mikey won the challenge. At the end of the day, I went home. It is what it is. I really appreciate if people feel strongly about me leaving. If you like what I do, it's more helpful to me, and it does for me as a performer if you buy a t-shirt or come to a show. I'd rather you buy a ticket to my show than scream on the internet that one of my sisters should have gone home instead of me. Now, besides this week's outcome, Drag Race fans were also upset that the iconic puppet challenge. Oh yeah, that was the worst puppet challenge. I don't know what was worse, Snatch Game or the puppet challenge. Like we had some. I mean, I'm talking about the season of Snatch Game with Willow Pill, where there was only one person that won that challenge, and that was Miss Thing that did Lil Jon. That was the only person that came out alive in that whole situation. Everybody flopped that, but this one, it was like the production crew had to split the money because everybody was bad. Well, everybody loved puppets until that episode. Now we hate them. I wouldn't have did that whole puppet challenge with the people that, according to a certain queen, that said that a lot of y'all, plain Jane, say y'all don't have star quality. And it's no shame, but y'all really starting to prove that Plain was right. So I do agree with that. That if you want to support, buy her merch, go support her at her shows, whatever show she's performing at, whatever place she's performing at, go support her there. Don't sit and shade these other queens. That's not their fault. That's production. That's the show. It's a reality show. They just, reality show first, drag competition second. That's literally what Drag Race is. So yeah, don't get mad at Mikey. Don't get mad at all these other people. They ain't had nothing to do with the situation. That's the producers. But I guess because they don't have a face, it's not it's hard for y'all to pick on the people that's working behind the scenes that's making these decisions. Now, to add fuel to the fire, speaking of Plain Jane, professional rage baiter Plain Jane tripled down on her prior statements that there are no stars on season 18 of Drag Race. Say anybody who has taken Plain Jane seriously in the year of 2026 is a fool. I love my sisters so much. We have all given this woman far too much free promo. It's plain. She loves to upset people. Plain Jane is not in control of all media. Who is she? A studio head from the 1950s? Who cares? I think it's funny. She's just talking to talk. And I agree with that. But now, with her interview over there on Blavity, she said not to be the serious person at a clown show. And I'm not making any kind of excuses about my performance on the challenge. It's just what it was, regardless of the topic. But I guess to my mind, I just don't think those Karen videos are fun or funny. I think that they're symptomatic of a lot of ish that I don't really like. I don't think it's funny. I don't think that white people being nasty, racist, and underhanded is funny. Look, RuPaul the same one that gave Shirley Q. Liquor a platform. Y'all should not be surprised that this will be a challenge. And they also said, I said that part. That wasn't Jane. I just don't think that white women being entitled and crazy is necessary. I don't watch them and laugh. They just make me uncomfortable. Yeah, what is so funny about white women losing their mind and acting like a Karen and getting whatever? Like, whoever thought this challenge should have the shit slapped out of them? No shade. Just saying. Metaphorically, not literally. And it's I don't watch them and laugh. They just make me uncomfortable. It's difficult for me to go into the challenge and try to find a lot of humor in it, which is why I took the direction that I did, which was sort of make her like the almost a Christopher Guest kind of character. I don't know. Karens are not interesting to me. I don't mean to condescend to the material that we're given, but it just doesn't resonate with me. But now here's the question. Did you voice this when you were on the show? Because if you did, and you know how some of these people feel, oh, you're not gonna comply. You're gonna kind of go against the challenge that we created. Oh, you're gonna make things difficult. Oh, we're gonna show you. We're gonna make an example out of you. You're not gonna play the game. Now we're gonna give you the chop. So it kind of makes me wonder if that's what may have happened. Because she's saying like, that's why I took the approach because I just don't find Karens to be entertaining. Maybe that was some off-camera stuff that she said, or maybe it was something that she said on camera that they edited out and the producers got wind of it and decided to make an example of because you're not gonna be willing to do the tide challenges that we come up with, these mid-ass challenges. So now we not gonna give you the crown, and that's fine. I feel like this is the most exciting thing that's happened this whole season, and maybe what'll happen now is that Jane will become more successful because she didn't win. I don't even think she needs to do All Stars at this point. Ride high on this wave, take advantage of it, and get all the bookings. Because with this whole controversial thing that came down, you're definitely going to be able to get a lot of bookings because of it. Then she also went on to say, when you think about how those videos rose to prominence, the first Karen videos I really remember happening were the ones that was surfacing during 2020 and George Floyd in his time of real racial reckoning in the country. It just feels so steeped in so much stuff that I don't know how we make this fun. I just don't, it just doesn't feel lighthearted and fun to me to be like, oh my gosh, this lady yelling at these kids who are barbecuing in a park. No, that's effed up. And it also talks about her track record. Y'all can go and read the rest of the article. But here's the thing that she said was next for her. She said she wants to try out Broadway. She said, I'm so open to so many things. I want to write a lot more. I want to do bigger, more produced work. If we're manifesting Broadway, give me a call. Off Broadway, give me a call. The M&M store in Times Square, give me wait, is the M&M store still around? I didn't even know that was still around. She said, I want to do more writing, more comedy. I would love to do TV and more and move into more mainstream kind of comedy space. I'm very heartened by what's happening with O'Mary in the couple of years that's happened with Alex Newell winning the Tony. I think there's like an appetite for queer work in the public consciousness in a really demonstrable way right now that I would love to be a part of that. And I definitely could see Jane Don't being on Broadway because that would be the perfect place for her to go, in my opinion. Because like I was saying, well, she just mentioned um O'Mary, which I definitely think that would be great to put more drag queens in that type of situation. They had Jinx Monsoon, perfect example. Jinx Monsoon was someone who manifested wanting to go on Broadway. It happened, and she's been out here killing it. We also have the Rocky Horror Picture Show or the Rocky Horror Show that just premiered on Broadway with Luke Evans. We got Michaela J. Rodriguez and a bunch of other queer celebrities who are in this show. If they want to do that and broaden it up and get more drag queens to do Broadway. Because I definitely feel like there is an appetite for seeing more drag artists on Broadway. And why we can't get more of those type of shows, that'd be the perfect place to go instead of it just being Vegas. I definitely think Broadway needs to broaden its horizons and get more queer art. We just had a show called an off-Broadway show called Drag the Musical, which I happened to go see. Alaska's in it. Her fiance actually got me and a friend of mine. We both went, had a great table, had a great time. This is the one I told you where Frankie Grande was also at that same show and loved the show. It was a great show. Seeing a lot of these drag performers up there singing and dancing and giving a whole Broadway shtick, even though it was on Broadway. I definitely think there is a definitely an opening and an appetite to see more drag performances. And I'm definitely curious to see what Jane Don't will come up with creatively outside of this disaster of a damn season. So with all that being said, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of the story? Do you think Jane was robbed, or do you think it was just okay? It was just the name of the game, and it is what it is. And she'll have a bigger career outside of the show now that this whole situation has happened. I definitely feel like she's going to blow even more because of this shocking elimination. So it's good publicity for her. Not so much good publicity for the show because the people's out here mad at the show. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Any thoughts on Miley Cyrus being awarded with the Giving Me Lifetime Achievement Award? Oh, what? Girl, you're not old enough to get any kind of lifetime. I don't understand people giving lifetime achievement to people in their 30s. Like, if you was Shaka Khan age, if you was in your 70s or share age or whatever the case is, I could understand a lifetime achievement. But ma'am, just because you started making, you started your career in your teens and now you're in your 30s, and yeah, I guess in Hollywood terms, it has been a lifetime. Don't necessarily mean you should be getting a lifetime achievement. Who's giving her this mess? The top two lip sync will also be to the Miley song with Naomi Campbell. I do not care to learn the title. Neither do I, nor do I. He said, hate to say it, but Juicy is definitely still there to fill the. I mean, I said it. My friend said, well, my friend said it to me, and I was like, oh, that's kind of hard, but I kind of agree. And I explained why. It's because we don't want to hear online. Oh, look, and this is why the other side has been able to weaponize this whole DEI thing because the way y'all are approaching it. If you've been bringing it throughout the season, we should have a top 4 based on talent and merit and all the other stuff. It shouldn't just be, oh well. And that's how I kind of felt about Lexi Love. Lexi Love, I do not feel like should have made it as far as she did during her season. But because we don't want to hear the argument about, oh, y'all not gonna keep a trans girl in the thing. But the trans girl gotta bring it like it needs to be brought. Like Sasha Colby. Sasha was bringing, although her destiny was written from the beginning. You already set that show up for her to win. But at the same time, if you really bringing it with the talent and the performances and the challenges and stuff, that's why you should be there. Not because you the only brown girl left, because we done chopped all the other ones. If you, as a brown girl, not bringing it, then your ass goes home. So to be on the safe side, we already know that Juicy's not going to win the show. She'll make top 4, which she has made top 4. She might be the first or the second one to go if there's an elimination next week. I think it is. It's going to be a top 3. Maybe they'll do a twist and bring somebody back. Can you imagine they did that? And they was like, oh, we made a mistake. Let's bring somebody back. Big theory with All Stars 4 is that was always supposed to be a double win. Oh, yeah. So, I think I heard that too. They were planning on doing Manila and Latrice. But here's the thing: when y'all started to do that whole little thing with people voting each other off the island, whatever the case was, then how was you going to cook that for them to win? Because they felt that Manila and Latrice, because you saw when they eliminated Latrice with the lipstick, Rue was upset, and then they had to bring her back. But then the reality was, when they brought her back, Latrice really wasn't bringing it like it needs to be brought. I hope she's still not mad at me after what I said about her online. We should all grow and move on. And you said I was starting to like Jane, and she became my second winner choice as part of me. Yeah, because I heard like a lot of people didn't even like Jane Don't in the beginning. Y'all wanted her to go home. Now everybody's starting to warm up to her. A part of me worries that Nene won't win the 2 bottom placements. Juicy isn't winning with 3. Mikey is so boring to me. Well, look, quiet as it's kept, this whole season has been a bore. So I don't think it matters at this point who wins. I just think people are over this season. They want to. I think it may have surpassed season 7 as the worst season out of all of Drag Race. I think 18 is probably the worst season. Kind of ironic how the fandom hates the Riggory until they want their favorite. That part. Exactly. Y'all don't like the rigor mortis of it all until your fave goes home. Anya's getting a lot of flack for her lackluster crowning gear. She put all her eggs into one basket with kinky boots, only to get replaced by her. I think she mentioned something about the thing. No shade. I didn't care enough to look at the article and do the research. So she dropped the ball. Okay. Drag Race is giving her a Giving Me Lifetime Achievement Award at Oh, I guess you found that. I didn't even know about that. I'm like, okay, look, at this point, Drag Race is running out of celebrities to give that shit to. Is giving her a Giving Me Lifetime Achievement Award at the season 18 finale. They gave it to Liza last year, Elvira the year before, and Bob Mackie before that. I don't know. They're probably gonna have to change the name of the award. Probably it's the Ally Award or whatever. Okay. I'm shaking my head at this. Like, child, this finale is about to be a mess too. But anyway, all right, y'all. Oh, look, 4:20 is when we ended the show or came to the end of the show. So yeah, we're done with today's show. Thank you for tuning in to the latest episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Final time, if you can, if you have not already, hit that like button. Please hit the notification bell. Hit the subscribe. Helps with the algorithm. So that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I want to thank all the eyes that was in this show today. It was a lot of people up in here. You know, that last video we did was almost 10K. I'm moving on up to the east side. So yeah, we was talking a lot of mess. I won't be on tomorrow because I have to. So it's funny. They're probably over there yeeting at the Garden because we got Monday Night Raw that's currently happening. I was like, oh no, I need a day off. I thought about picking up a shift for that, but I was like, I need a day to rest and and recuperate because I'm back at the Garden tomorrow. So yeah, and I'll be back on Wednesday with a brand new episode. It'll be a lighter week, which I'm actually happy about. Um, and yeah, I'll be back a couple of days. I'll be able to give y'all a show until I'm back on the crazy grind again. So yes, I'll be back on Wednesday with a brand new episode. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you for all the messy comments, good, bad, and indifferent. And until next time, ciao, darlings.